Thank you for lurking. All right. Yeah, let's. Lori, I have to move the dad out, move her father out. I'm thinking in with the one he married, but it didn't register that they married because he was already married to her mother at the time. I'll move them out, marry them in cash, and stick them in a house or apartment somewhere. Choose the Auburn one. Yeah, because they autonomously married. They autonomously got engaged and married while on the date at his house. Yeah, so I'll do that first. But actually, before that, I need to create a new file because I don't know if the patch today fixed anything. So this is yeah. I want to save as frequently, at least every time somebody moves, because I don't know if this patch addressed the rental corruption issue. They will be in my saved households. Who the fuck is Malik? Oh, Malik Carter was the one I wanted her to get with it, and she had no interest in him. Yeah, it's the boys. Malik Carter is the boys. I let him have a little bit of money, but considering like she's high up in the business career, has all the skills in the world, and he's like a DJ who's not even good with it. Hey, Velvet. Yeah, I hope the patch really did. How are you doing? Let me shout you out. I'll do the Twitch one and the regular one. I'm hopeful it fixed it, but I'm still being like really cautious because I would hate for that to like kill everything. I am okay. I'm tempted to do your flower bunny shell challenge, but also not sure where I'd begin. They have 37K. He have 5. I'll free real estate him in somewhere. I know, but I'm also like, either way, I'll be going out of my comfort zone, which I know I should do, but I'm like, to make this like themed around Flower Bunny, I probably would have to, not have to, but should use some light colors. Cause like, her name was, what the hell was her name? She was homeless though. Like, that's what, like, my thing is like exteriors, I'm like usually dark, and then interiors, I tend to be lights, neutrals with like greens, blues, and like mauves or purples. I'm very predictable. Okay, here we go. Oh, I know I can, but I'm also like, he lives. Was he? Oh, he's not in world at the moment. Oh, she got 31,000. Okay. I'll just move them in with him and then stick them in a house. Yeah. Yeah, I should be able to. I think it's just building is still like you're not going to San Much, you know. They were in Coverdale. Is there anywhere in Brindleton Bay? Because I feel like in my head, Brindleton Bay is like an hour or 2 hours from Coverdale. Okay, as long as you got 2 bedrooms, we can. Okay, this one of the Sims, at least, actually, I think all 3 of the Sims living there are Sims I made, so I'm okay with evicting Sims I made. Yeah, it's got 2 bedrooms. Let's hope it's not a baby room, so that her son has a room. But oh, I do still have to go in and make them married, because they did marry themselves, but it was a weird thing where he was still married to my founder's mom, so it didn't actually count. But they did get engaged and married autonomously. I clicked the wrong thing. I'm not sure how they were able to get engaged and married autonomously when he already had a wife, but Sims has weird stuff. I should be able to do that because I have. I do have it on. Oh, does say spouse. It does say spouse. Okay. Okay. It does say spouse. So his second wife counts. I didn't know Sims allowed polyamory even for a minute. Not polyamory. That would be poly. What's the word for when it's marriages and not like multiple relationship? But yeah, I can't think of the name. Because polyamory would just be like a relationship with multiple people. They do not need to be played. Actually, Cassandra can go off and do her own thing too. Oh no, shit! I just moved my founder. Cassandra, you go off. Polygamy. Thank you. I could not think of the word polygamy. Yeah, I don't think Sims allows polygamy. Because he was cheating on his wife with several women. One of them, I had him leave alone once I found out she had a girlfriend because her and her girlfriend were too cute together. But okay, here is where we want to be. But while he was cheating on his wife, she was at work. The mistress, one of his girlfriends, autonomously proposed to him, and then they autonomously got married. I wasn't controlling the girl. So either I need to check my settings or this is just something they didn't expect. I don't know. Unless it's something they patched out. I don't know. It could be a glitch. It could be a setting in MC Command Center I didn't realize I checked, which is very possible. Because when I did, no, I did the settings for MC Command Center fresh for this file, didn't I? Yeah, because I wanted to do it fresh so there wasn't anything left over. And I know I didn't say multiple spouses. That is something you can do in MC Command Center. I know because I've heard of people doing like, I forget what they're called, but like those, like the historic challenges that take it like far back, not even like the 1300s ones, but the ones that like the ancient historic challenges, and some of those they have like multiple spouses in those. Okay, why are you standing in a dust pile? Why are you standing in a dust pile, Natasha? Also, are the babies here? Oh, it's really dusty. Why are you relieved? Oh, back from surgery. Okay. Unfortunately, as soon as you recover, we're gonna have to send you for another surgery. I'm so mean, but we can't have her getting pregnant again. Not right now, Yoltik. Not right now, Yoltik. Abraham, no. You can clean that later. Now you gotta wash the baby. Which one? Eunice. Your sister can vacuum the floor. You can clean the baby. Somebody clean the baby. Clean the baby. Okay, he did a thing, but clean the baby. I didn't tell you to sit down. Did you just take the pill? How is she doing? How is Tahira doing? Tahira is fine and happy. Okay. Why does she have blonde eyebrows? I didn't give her blonde eyebrows. Can you please vacuum the floor? I trust your teenage brother more with the babies than you, so he's fine. Oh, right, the dog is elderly, whatever the hell the dog is. And like, I can use color, I'm just very, I don't know. I'm gonna miss the way that pets play like that. Yeah, somehow that baby got blonde eyebrows, and I don't know what did that. I didn't take out any eyebrows. Well, Eunice is about to be a toddler anyway, so we will have to head in the cast. Actually, is today Eunice's birthday or is that tomorrow? That's tomorrow. Oh, he's hungry. Somebody feed that kid. Can you get fed by your uncle? Is it uncle? Yeah, it's your uncle. I know, I love that. I love the way they're just playing in front of the baby. So I'm not a small dog person, but Natasha's father, the one I was moving out with his mistress or new wife, he met him as a stray. And I was just like, look at this stray. Can we adopt him? I want to adopt him. And yeah, they adopted him as a stray. Okay, what's wrong with you? You tired? Maybe your mom can put you to bed after she's done her cigarette. Or you can go to sleep on the floor. Either works, because I think... Oh, no, wait. You're hungry. You're hungry. Get fed first. Get fed first. Get fed. Get fed. Get fed. I do realize putting the teen's bed in with the babies means he's never going to sleep again. So he's probably going to be napping on the couch more often than not. But I am playing in a save file, Floralia save file, but the only thing I kept in this apartment was the layout. It was too nice. She had to move in with just a bathroom and a kitchen, so yeah, I only kept the layout. Did you feed the little girl? No, she needs food. She needs food before she goes to sleep. I know she's tired, but... how are you doing? You... feed him! Feed him. Am I gonna have to get Abraham to feed both babies? Natasha? I know you don't like your children, but you can still feed... Oh, I need to have... Do I need to have you take your ADHD meds? Oh no, it looks like you took it. Oh, you didn't take that one. Do you need the codeine too? No, okay. Can you take some ibuprofen? No. Can you feed the baby? Oh no, she's asleep. She's still hungry? Oh. And last exception? So I'm trying to click onto your... Oh no. Yeah, last exception. She didn't eat. I'm changing up because I'm not going to forget about it and then have her get taken away. Okay, you need to sleep and to eat. Is there food in the fridge? There is food in the fridge. I don't care what it is, eat it. No rush. She's not hoeing until she's sterilized. I said that in the worst way possible, but... I guess... But... Sorry, Natasha. No clients until you're sterilized, and I'm not getting you sterilized until you're off the codeine for this surgery. So, recover from this surgery, and then you'll have another one, I guess. We don't need 14 kids for Eunice to take care of. Eunice's son, Abraham, to take care of. Okay, what? I'm gonna have to look at those last exceptions because I'm about to get another one. You know what? I will get rid of the dish. if I can. Um, if I can. They look very upset with each other. Wait, where did I stick the plate? Is it in the cat? No. Okay. But yeah, take it. I don't. Is everyone asleep in here? I know, the way they're just looking at each other. Okay. Game seems. Okay. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I don't know why. Oh, I still have Discord open. I usually close Discord when I'm doing Sims. And I forgot this time. Okay. Are you stuck? I don't. Game, are you stuck? Okay, no. Yeah, get some sleep. Cause Eunice, I think, is fine. Yeah, the babies are asleep. You do need to work on your skills, but like I don't want to have you working out right now. Um, she needs mischief. Is it mischief, charisma, and fitness? Let me see where do her skills sit at? Okay, 6, and where's fitness? I think fitness is the lowest one. 4. There's a damn plate I lost. Do that only because, what stinks? Like, seriously, what stinks? Also, okay, the baby seems fine. Oh, wait, is she stinky? No. Oh, do you need your eczema cream? Yeah, she almost died after childbirth. She has eczema. She has ADHD. She's gone through it. I think she does need a refill on one of her ADHD medications, though. Maybe I should have her do that. No, I should say before I do that because the game's acting questionable. I did check though, and I haven't seen any mods, at least that I use, show broken. There is a thing with MC Command Center, and there's an issue importing tray sims, which is a setting I have enabled to only take from my tray, but that seems to be the only thing that's come up with the patch. Because I did update. I looked to see about the update before I updated, but yeah, I updated. I think she did need a refill. That would be mental health. Just go for the follow-up. Refill and try new meds, refill prescription, try additional meds. Yeah, it seems okay. It didn't even turn off mods. I guess we can refill and try new medication. What? You left cough medicine by the mailbox. I should give her like a makeover because this is what she's been wearing like since she was a teenager. This outfit. I think I changed her hair. That's it. With this outfit. These are the same thing she was on. I'm just gonna get another bottle of each because. Okay, you're hyper focused. That's fine. Take your meds. Oh, you already took that one today. You're not due for codeine yet. Okay. Does the wash need to be done? Okay. I really don't want her working out when she's fresh from surgery. I'm sorry. No, that's the father to go. Maybe, could she watch like sports TV? Okay, only 2 of them are full. I guess I haven't been changing the clothes that much. She's the one that decided she had a fitness hobby. I didn't put it on her. To be fair, to fit with her, Jen, it's like... I don't think there's a woohoo hobby. Drugs, is that a hobby? Or being mean? Like, to fit with her Jen, she really didn't have many options. That would be convenient, I'll put it that way. Fitness is the most convenient. I did do the hide the shoe rack in the accent table, and I almost always hide it in an accent table or under the TV or something. I don't love how the shoe racks look, so I try to stuff it in somewhere. What did you do? Toe and mouth. Which one? Eunice. It feels like it's been a bit since. Okay, Tahira is starving. She's hyper focused, so she will not do anything with the babies. Still hyper focused. Yep. Okay, can you clean the litter box then? We're gonna have to wake up Abraham. You're not being sad about a holiday. Okay, you can go to the doctor's after you change the baby's diaper. Okay, they both need the diaper change. Let's change Tahira's diaper and feed her first. I sound so mean. You can go to the doctor's after you make sure the baby's okay. Like, no, you're just like, what, 14, 15 years old at this point? But no, you don't matter. Make sure the baby's okay. I'm so mean. What are you eating? Oh, carrot cookie. Oh yeah, I made you bake. Is it just... Nah, that's you got a chronic condition of some kind. I hope it's not too bad. Can you change her diaper? Because she seems to really stink. You have a smelly diaper too? And you're hungry. Okay, those two are adorable. He became friends with his sister after that stare down? Okay. Okay, I need you to ask to get a diaper change and for food. Get fed. Oh, great, she peed on you. Are you taking your pills on your own though? Oh no, you made yourself a drink. Okay. I thought you were taking another pill. What are you drinking? Okay, well you done it. Don't stuff it on the changing table. What the hell? Wait, where did he put the little girl? Oh. Okay, he put her in the like living room. Okay. Okay, then pee. Oh, now something else is wrong with you? Oh no, this is him. This is him. Sorry, I thought we were clicking. I was clicked into you. This is only 2 babies, but at least it will be a toddler and a baby soon. Which is why I didn't get a second crib. You're really having a cigarette on the toilet? Okay, is he taken care of? He's taken care of. Okay. Grab some food and then... Okay, you already planned to grab some food. Yeah, grab some food and I'll send you to the doctor's. In my, like, off-stream file, I was, like, really enjoying it. It was calming. Then my sim got HIV. Yeah. My sweet little teenage lesbian got HIV. It's just like, really? She can come over, but you're going to the doctor's. Yeah. It's just like, okay. So much for a comfort file. I know you're stinky and tired, but you need to go to the doctor's. I'm hoping for eczema, because he's showing the signs. Oh, well, his friend came over and just took a bath. Here, someone needs to sit with these babies. Not that eczema's good. Eczema can be really bad, but out of all the chronic conditions he could have, I'm hoping for eczema. Okay. Did the dog poop somewhere? I made you in like another file a long time ago, but I know I didn't give you that damn makeup or that outfit. I mean, the outfit is fine. I probably wouldn't pick it for you, but now we've got a spinner. I don't know why you always get the spinning Sims in the apartments. I guess in the daycare. I forgot she still works in fast food. She gets like $60 a day. Oh, his friend came over just cleaning everything. Anemia. Okay, you need a shower, but let's get you some iron first. The healthcare. You're not a parent. You did adopt them as caregiver just so you would like tend to them on your own. I made you do that, but the iron. Take some iron. Let me just make sure you're not gonna put it down. Okay. You need a shower. Can you take a shower? Oh, because I have shorter teens in is why it looked like he shoved it in his eye. Yeah, down in Simlin's shorter teens. I'm not a fan of height sliders. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. But yeah, that's why that animation was off. Okay, just take a shower. I should give her a slight makeover because I mean, I made her in the first place. To be fair, I think she was like Gen 3 in like a short lifespan legacy I was doing. Not my on-stream one, but my off-stream one. So yeah, I should give her a makeover. What's wrong with the babies? Are you only tired? Okay, you're only tired. Needs help is you're gonna die. You're just tired. You're fully capable of going to sleep on your own. Hold up. Hold up. You got some things to do. I'm sorry about it. Actually, just I don't trust how old that coffee is. That it won't like spoil as soon as you get a cup. Thank you for following. Skip prom. You're not gonna. Wait. Did you not empty it? Okay. Well then grab a drink since you refused to empty it and got distracted by children. She's fine. I didn't run his orientation. Like he can be straight, bi, pan, whatever. I just I didn't run it. But he is attracted to her. So, but that's Wicked's attraction, that's not Lupino's, so I don't have any, like, Lupino's charm and all that. I do have LGBTQ in. But he is, like, already attracted to her, so... he probably would be at least bi, I'll put it that way. Well, now you need food. Okay. Oh, well, how are you doing? Get fed by him. Because I don't think you know her. Or you can be attracted to somebody without, like, actually wanting anything with them, so...
Oh, you.
would say a lot of that depends on your age, like how to properly approach that. Because some parents like just need time, and then other parents, I hate to say it, but won't ever get it. Go to sleep. Her not believing you honestly says more about her not trusting the child she raised. But at the end of the day, you know you believe yourself. And what she thinks of you won't matter once you aren't living with her. It may suck, and it's going to suck. But you know who you are. And I know that's not the best advice, but you know who you are, and you know who you are while you're still living with her and when you aren't. Just try to surround yourself with good friends who support you. And some parents take time and others just aren't reachable. You'll see eventually how she is. Oh, you were playing video games. Okay. Do you have homework or anything, child? Do you have a project you need to do? No, it keeps saying he's done his homework because he had a project, but he doesn't have a project. Let's do this. Study and homework. Let's see. Let's do science and math. Oh no, both the children are upset and sad. Why you're not being sad, you're awake. Be happy you're awake. You lived. That sounds so mean. No, Raj. Not right now, Raj. Raj might be one of my favorite townies, but still. No. We're not sending Eunice to the psychiatrist yet. He can wait till he's a toddler. Actually, is it Eunice's birthday? Yes. I think, let's look at the map. Let's look at the map. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. We got till tomorrow. Okay. He does need to eat. You can feed Eunice. Great. Did she have a blowout? I'm gonna cheat her needs just so she doesn't get taken away. And she can get a bath from... ask him after he's done his homework. Yeah, somehow her eyebrows got bleached, and I don't know how. We're not bleaching baby's eyebrows. Do what you want as an adult, hell, as a teen, but let's not bleach baby's eyebrows. Are you sad because you don't like the baby? Oh no, you're hungry and tired. Okay, get some food. Why are you tired? Didn't you sleep? Get some food. I'm chewing up your energy because you slept. Or at least you got some sleep. You should not be that tired. Unless it's your medication making you not sleep long enough, which that's fair. Are you still on the mend? Uh, oh, sleepless. Okay, that's why you were so tired. You just didn't sleep. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, we do have to send you in because I would just have a go get the IUD, but I've had that not be enough before. So we're gonna, is that wiggle health? No, reproductive health? Yeah. Don't take the baby with you. Baby does not need to come. Well, she might still be heading from surgery, shit. Do you need your iron? Where are your iron tabs? You can't take it right now. But that's children's paracetamol. You need like some actual like regular ibuprofen. Healthcare. Online pharmacy. Get you a bottle of ibuprofen. You can't take ibuprofen. Okay. Can you take the children's paracetamol? No. Okay, well, what's wrong with Eunice? He's tired. Okay. You're wet and tired. Oh, and you're gonna get attacked by fucking bats? Okay. Actually, let me save it. I'm gonna do something nice for him because he takes care of the kids all the damn time. I'm gonna get him a game console. He deserves a game console. Once both the kids are toddlers, he can get a part-time job. But, or join an after-school thing. Maybe an after-school thing. We'll see. But maybe he could join like the do the video game streamer part-time job. Though I'm not gonna put much effort into it. I'll be honest. Okay, I say let's hope build mode doesn't crash anything. Okay, game consoles on the TVs. Okay. I mean, I can get him now. I'll get him the CC one. I almost no build CC in, but I do have some RNE stuff, so let's get him that. Who do you want to play an online game with? Do you know people? You don't like that? You don't like Alexander Grath? Okay. You have a type. You like the jet black hair, and yeah, you do have a type. Wait, okay, you don't have a type. You just find every woman attractive. Okay, a teenage boy. All right, let's play with Adora. Are you hungry or? Oh shit, you're starving. Get some food. Get some food. Maybe you could cook something. Can you cook? I literally do not know if he can cook. Um, what would a teenage boy cook? None of these things. Absolutely none of these things. Um, uh, da, 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 da. You know what? Just get leftovers. Just get some leftover pizza. Okay, stop playing games for a second. Get some leftover pizza, then go to sleep. Okay, what's wrong with Tahira? I'm cheating her food up because he's about to pass up on the floor. Pass up on the floor. Pass out on the floor. Oh wait, you could have eaten your sister's. Well, it's about to spoil, so. What cost? Oh, her surgery. I'm like, what cost $300? Get some sleep. Go. Okay. Can you get some sleep? I don't think you get prescribed anything when it's lupino, so get some sleep. You're just upset you're awake. Go back to sleep, go. You look so sad. Okay, you're sad because you're tired and medication side effects and you have a headache. Finish your pizza, then pee, then go to sleep. Babies, could you please just go to sleep? Oh, what's your problem now, Tahira? Go to sleep. She's fine, she's just sleepy. Raj, wait till she recovers. Oh, he's about to pass out. God damn it. Get some sleep. The only reason I don't have the override in for when they pass out so it's more realistic is in case I run afoul where I'm not really paying attention to them or letting them do what they want. And they don't die without me realizing they're dead. That's honestly the only reason, is because they look dead with the override. Get some sleep, please. Let him sleep, go. Go. Just go sleep. Your diaper probably needs to be changed, but still, go to sleep. Oh no, you're up. What's wrong with you? You're fine. You're looking at the computer. Tahira, please, calm down. Actually, I didn't look. Does she have, like, any, like, what? Feeding Tinkler. She's dastardly? Tahira is dastardly. Okay. Um, and he's just not a good cook. Okay. He's not a good cook, but she inherited dastardly. That's lovely. I'm thinking we're still looking at Eunice as our heir, huh? It's too early to tell. It's too early to tell, but don't know how well dastardly works with the next gen. We are gonna have to work on her skills more. Though this really isn't a rush. I should have specified when gen turns over, but it's really when you're done. When you're done and the next gen ages up. So basically try to time it to be done by the time the next gen ages up. But how old is she? I have pregnancy aging on, and she still has that long until she's an adult. Now, she did get a little bit more time as a teen because instead of starting midway through, with the extra time I gave her, she pretty much started first day of teen. Okay, and she does have the infertile trait. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's good. Oh, she wants to go out stealing. I mean, maybe we should spend a day with her stealing and fighting people. Though I'm not sure if she's recovered enough from her surgeries. Okay, right now she's just itchy and wants a cigarette. So we can do that. Maybe don't have the cigarette in your kid's room though, but you can put on your cream. Put on your cream. You know how to cook somewhat, so maybe make like breakfast. Yeah, you can make breakfast for everyone. Yeah, she has a few levels in cooking. What looks okay? Though, I remember when she was a kid, she fucked up yogurt. So let's just do a fruit salad. Make a big one, then it can just go in the fridge and there'll be leftovers. Go, you can eat and then have a cigarette. Okay, she doesn't have that much in cooking, does she? Let's see. Level 3. It's something. It's more than what's his face? The Abraham. I keep wanting to swap Abraham and Eunice's names. See, you got food now, and there'll be leftovers in the fridge. There's a dirty ass plate here. Okay, and you can have a cigarette now, and then maybe we go to the gym or something. Well, it is the baby's birthday. Maybe a gym or something she can steal from the gym and oh, she wants to be mischievous to Jake. Maybe go to the gym with Jake. What's wrong with you? You're awake. I forgot she was clumsy. What's wrong with you? You want coffee. Okay, he's taking care of the baby. Okay, the dog just freaked out. He was possessed for a moment. That's normal. Baby needs a bath. Okay. I guess, could you make coffee? Oh, you have to piss. Okay. 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 Brew coffee. Maybe you can clean up the baby? Okay. You don't have to pick up to here or you're gonna piss yourself. No, put her back down. She's fine. I know there's a mod for less infant hovering, but yeah. Go. Okay. You are going to piss yourself, and that will make you unhappy. Yeah. Okay, what's this about? There's nothing happening except for a dog making himself dirty. Go pee. Go pee. Okay, Tahira, why are you whining? You're tired, you're tired, okay. You, nah, you got too much wrong with you. You do need a bath. Get a bath from your mother. Cause, Abraham here, he needs to take care of himself for once. Okay. Well, okay, maybe she's not gonna go to the gym. Maybe instead we're gonna age up this baby to a toddler so we don't have two infants. Cause infants are a bit much for me. Multiple infants is a lot. Okay, she's hyper. Well, then she'll finish the bath and then never touch a baby again. Okay. Well, can you make a cake? I think there is like a level 1 cake. I actually think, yeah, it won't turn out good, especially because he's not in a good mood. I'm cheating his needs so he has a better chance of making a decent cake. I might have to buy him the secondhand smoke immunity trait. Living with Natasha. Cause unless something happens, no, she just got fixed. Unless something happens to Natasha, he's gonna live with her for the rest of Natasha's life. I say it that way because he's younger. So unless something happens to Natasha, secondhand smoke immunity would be helpful. Now I do plan on her quitting most things, but let's be real. Have you ever known a junkie that quit smoking too? Unless smoking was a trigger for them to do harder things. No, I need you to candle it up. Okay. Natasha. Okay. You washed the baby? Okay, that's good. Let's have a little get together just so that, well, actually, you can't, let's go back in the inventory and let me put it out so it can go somewhere the child can reach, like there. Let's actually have a birthday party so that they can open birthday presents. Maybe we'll invite his bio dad. Social event. What are you doing, girl? The birthday party. Birthday sim. Eunice. Guess. Oh, we can invite her friends. She does actually have friends. Abraham. That's his birth dad. As long as he doesn't solicit her at the party, we're good. Malik was her friend. That's the doctor who gave birth to him. Helped her give birth. The doctor didn't give birth to him. Hey Shay, how are you doing? That's good enough, I think. We don't need a caterer, we don't need any of the other stuff. Yeah. Oh, you're not officially invited. I forgot to invite Natasha to the birthday party. Put on party wear that's not your hoeing outfit. Uh, change outfit. Party. That's nice. Yeah, oh wait, no, your party wear wasn't that. It was your second, I made it your second formal so she wouldn't accidentally wear, candles help. Get it from Abraham. I forgot to pin the challenge. Is it Pat? Yeah, I forgot to pin that. Just in case anyone wants to know what the hell crazy nonsense I'm doing. Okay, I'll do it 3 times. 2, 3. Mean does not fit, especially if he's potentially our heir. Inquisitive does. Okay. You can be neat. I don't care. You can be neat. Wait, you want to be neat when you're that fucking dirty? Go. Really? You decide to be neat when you look like that. Okay, take a damn shower. Take a damn shower. Look at you. I don't know who decides to be neat when they're like covered in shit, but open birthday presents. Open them with your uncle. What? Just go on your own, girl. Go on your own. Goddamn. Just go to... Could she not have complications? She almost died after giving birth. And now she's having complications with the surgery. He got a wisp. I don't know what a wisp is. Oh, she just got it. She just has a UTI. That's fine. Okay, she has to get a prescription. Okay. Yeah, go, let me get you your prescription. Are you high? I didn't even see you smoke. You can talk to your mom. I don't give a shit. I'm trying to get her prescription. Take your antibiotics. Oh, where's the little boy? Get some cake. Get some cake. Okay, let's see him too. Cause I haven't. Well, we still need to get him into cast, so that isn't too bad. From what I can see, he's cute. Telling her about some good grades. She's an adult and she's not in college. So, I don't know what, uh, Cassandra's on about. Oh, he's cute. His that is like Yoltik is technically his biological dad, but what's going on with you? Your face looks. I don't know. Your highlighter looks a little intense right now. That's the best way I can put it. We gotta get. He needs a toilet and everything. Let's put that back in her pocket. You sick? Malika, you sick? If so, I don't control you. You gotta go to the doctor on your own. Oh God, have a damn cigarette. Oh, so can you? It's your son's birthday party, but you would, so. Let's try. Oh, she's high too. Okay. They're high. I am sorry, Ash. Oh, what's wrong with you, boy? Oh, you ate cake. You're just mad because of sugar. Okay. I'm sorry to break up your video game, but you just okay. Adderall or Xanax? You know what? Let's get her some of each. Oh no, the baby's not getting the pill. I clicked to the baby bought Adderall and Xanax. God damn. Really? The baby wants the pills? You need to eat, so get some cake. Why is that new? That's not new. You didn't get a new vape. You had the same vape this whole time. Actually, you probably should get more weed. Yeah, get more weed. You're getting low. It's a baby. Why are you shocked at a baby throwing a tantrum? You know what? She can. Nah, I don't want to go the POV route with her. She's simple.
Meshka Craney, Possum Rubina. Warbert Tarbahay Fabin. Oh, Quapple. Orbital, generates a flag.
Yeah, the kid had a whole bag in inventory. I mean, okay. I don't know how she thought he was so bad looking. She thought he was like super ugly. The Sims have their own taste sometimes. Dog. I still need to get the toddler in bed and bring him in the cast. Though he didn't come out like with some weird shit on the head or anything. He just used his diaper. Yeah, we gotta get him a potty. And a bed. So, can you mop this up so, it doesn't not let me put shit there? I mean, I have move objects on, but still. I don't want it to, like, act like the puddle is an object. Why are you just holding the baby in the bathroom? Oh, you're thinking about what's her face. Yeah. Yeah, I say I should bed and potty before, let's see, before I fix the baby girl's bleached eyebrows, which I don't know where the fuck she got those from, and give her, adjust Natasha's outfits. Because for one thing, the outfit she's wearing, I got it for when she was pregnant. She's not getting pregnant anymore. She's had her two. Like, she's required to have one, but if one happens, if a second one happens, it happens. And her first outfit of her every day is a bit too teenager. That's the best way I can put it. It's a bit too teenager. They can keep the pants. You know, I think she has the same pants on this outfit. Change the top. Just make it less teen. Okay, let's go in. No, I clicked the wrong damn thing. Let's go into that. Okay. Weirdly, at the very least, toddler bed, potty. The toddler basics. Um, they got the money that I can go with the same set for the toddler bed if I can find it. That's a big if. Might have to sell the changing table just for room. We'll see about that. Okay, I'm blind. I'm gonna have to put on the kit's name because I'm blind. It is that one. Is this the one? That's the one. I wish there was like a full size bed, like, so all matched, but honestly, he's kind of just squeezed in there with the children. It's not fair, but it's true. Um, we do not have room for, actually, the one from Life and Death matches that quite well. The Bluffy from Life and Death. Uh, da, 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 da. Yeah, we'll get it in. Wait, no, actually, We're not really doing a Scott bedroom here. I mean, it's all like blues and yellows, so yeah, it doesn't have to be that one. We can have a toy box, though. I do like the toy box from that kid. And so it's we can, yeah, you can have a kitten. And yeah, a toilet. Fuck a toilet. Baby needs to pee somewhere. Is there room in the bathroom for the toilet? Only if I. Okay, now there is. Okay. They can set the little girl in the living room. I am gonna change the color of that. Yeah, let's do that. Set. Okay, that has highlights of the same color brown in that, so yeah, we can do that. I just realized this is the same apartment I was playing in my like off-stream file where I was using build CC, but I was playing in a different save file. I emptied the apartment out on that one also, but I did like all CC. I just realized it was the same damn apartment. I honestly did not realize until I saw this configuration of the windows, and yeah. Both times I gutted the apartment. I only left the layout. Major difference being this is all in-game stuff. The only thing that's not in-game is this. Is I have Arnie's mods in, and that's not in-game, and neither is the console, but everything else is. And a completely different style because that file, I'm trying to keep it to seem like mid 90s to early to mid 2000s. So like Yeah, I'm trying to keep it looking in that kind of vibe. And in that I'm playing with a group that's like basically they sort of have a band going. And but then my game crashed right after my son was diagnosed with HIV. Okay, yes, enroll his ass in preschool, but also wait, what's wrong? Let me make sure Tahira's okay. Okay, she's tired, but oh, she's no. Someone feed this girl. Feed this girl. Feed this. Oh, I clicked on Malik. You don't know Malik. Feed her. Before I take you in the cast, see if your mom will potty train you. Oh, you can ask anyone. Okay. I'm not gonna ask your bio dad, but Malik seems nice, so ask him. Also, your mom has to piss, so might get interrupted. Yeah, Adora. Okay. Yeah, we gotta do something about those bleached eyebrows. I mean, they can be cute on an adult, but maybe not an infant. Malik, I like you even if Natasha thinks you're ugly. She's washing her hands, and then Ash is doing coke off the sink. What the hell? And I had just told someone I've never seen NPCs autonomously do anything more than weed. And here Ash is snorting lines. Okay. So she did a line and now she's smoking a joint. Okay. Okay, Ash. I'm sorry for calling Ashy. I know they're them. But I had never seen them do anything more than weed. Like I never I've seen them vape and smoke blunts. Never seen them snort lines autonomously. Like NPCs that I'm not playing with at all. Never saw that before. Apparently it's a thing. I had literally just told somebody that I never saw it happen because I have never seen it happen. Um, why don't you take a... Can you take a nap? Take a nap with the baby. Because it's adorable and you both are exhausted. Okay, walk through the wall. That's normal. I love this animation so much. Okay, what's wrong with you now? Go to... I gave you a bed. Use it. Go sleep. Malik, did you wake them up? Good to hear in the bed. Yes, I know you're tired. Okay, I guess don't put Tahir to bed. Maybe Natasha can? Or are we just gonna keep putting the baby on different parts of the floor? Okay, I'll have Tahira ask then. Okay. Okay, now he is. Ash, I know you're high as fuck, but you can go home now. You're literally one of Natasha's Johns. We invited you out of courtesy because it was your son aging up. Natasha doesn't have the charisma to ask you for money. Just for money. So what are you talking to, Yoltik? What is he talking to? Himself? Okay, where are you asleep? Oh, you said fuck this and went to sleep in your sister's bed. Okay, I'm not gonna stop it. She's not using it at the moment. Is she even tired? No, she's not tired. She wants a cigarette and a bath. Okay. You can give the animals food though. Dog needs a bath too. I actually think I will let you take a bath and I'll let you have a cigarette. Where the hell are your cigarettes? Okay, there they are. Have a cigarette. I'm not sure why the people haven't gone home. The birthday party has been over for ages, but like Ash lives here now, I guess. Oh, now Malik is leaving. Yoltik is just over here talking to himself. Ash is keeping an eye on our sink in case they want more Coke. I don't know. Okay, what's things? You can do the wash since... You're up. Ash, do I need to reset you? Because if you're sitting there having to piss, I think you're stuck. And I'm not gonna have you stand there and like keep pissing yourself. And yeah. Yeah, Ash was stuck. Probably should... Did Yoltik leave? Okay, Yoltik is finding his way home, too. I can't remember if Yoltik is he, him, they, them, or he, they. So. Okay, can you wash the laundry? Okay. It's dry and pristine, okay. I put it... You know what, let's just... I want you to put it away, not put it down. I probably clicked the wrong thing, so let's just sell it. Okay, You need fun, I think, if you read on. Oh, I don't know if there's room for this. Uh, t- 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 You're too uncomfortable for that. Have a cigarette then. Maybe smoke some weed. I should also take Pepto. Because I touched it. Okay. Take Pepto too. Yeah, because your stomach's upset. I don't remember. Like, what's fun for you? I know fitness is fun, but you're too uncomfortable to exercise, so. And your children are actually sleeping. Have a cup of coffee, maybe. Are you do your medications? You are. Penicillin? Not do your penicillin. You do that. Okay, and your codeine magically disappeared. Maybe you took them all. Also vacuum. I mean, if she's up and her needs are okay-ish, well, she's tired. After you do all those things, let's not have coffee. Then I'll let you sleep if you're able to sleep. Your brother will probably be rested enough also, because that's a pretty decent bed. Yeah, it's a pretty decent bed. Yes, I see that. I She's also tired, and I don't know if. Okay, he's getting up. You can work out at some point during that long list of things. You're gonna be exhausted though. Or maybe not, depends on if her medication lets her sleep. Adding Adderall to the mix was probably a bad idea, though I haven't had it taken any. She'll just have it on her. Honestly, I should give him the vacuum. Not that he doesn't have enough to do already, but. He also has school today. Eat that and get some coffee. You can fuck off. Cramps? Oh, now she has a cold? Uh, she hasn't made any money in a while, so I guess. But she has a cold and she has an active UTI, so that probably isn't great. Eat your fruit salad. Uh, so can you fix the sink? I may need to turn down his highlighter. It's a little bit too shiny for me. Well, at least she's nice to the cat, even if the cat doesn't like her. Oh, right, I turned it so it was just one instance. Okay, you get some sleep. Get some sleep, get some sleep, get some sleep, and then we can have tea or something later. He tipped 50%. I don't know what the going rate for that kind of stuff is, but 50% tip. Yes, he's going to school, even though I still haven't brought him in the cast. Alright, what's wrong with her? You're not being angry at being awake. Get up. No. Go to school, boy. Get your ass to school. Get your ass to school. Go. Eunice. You can like handiness, sure. Though I think they'll feed him there, but still. He has school in like an hour himself. Is she dirty again? I'm sorry.
Oh, hum. Shusha, shusha.
I overuse this mirror so often. And only literally in this scenario, in like the entrance way scenario. What's wrong with you? Oh, you need fun? Put the baby down here. Put the hero down there. So I can pause the game and take you on the cast and just, yeah. I also need to make sure my settings are how I want them to be, because I know a lot of people play with it, but I like to turn acne off, only because I don't know if it's still a thing. Hey Daya, how are you doing? It used to be a thing that if they got acne when they were teenagers. No worries, Daya. It never went away and you could not get rid of it. Okay. I mean, see about your highlighter. I don't remember. It's not in makeup. Okay, I forgot you're a little short. It's in skin details, but I don't remember where it is. It might be in cheek details. I hope it's in cheek details. Looks like he has nothing on here. Great. I know it is this. Like, I literally know it's this. You have, okay, you have that on, that's fine. But you have that, eye thing on. That lip. Okay, so it is skin details. I'll just have to go down to the bottom and see what he has on. Okay. It's one of those, I don't want to fuck him up, make him look too different from what he looks like now. I just want to, like, turn his highlight down a notch. So it's finding the one he actually does have on. La, la, la. Mm. That's not it. That's the shadow. If I can't, if I can't find it, that's fine. But it's more, unless it's in makeup, it could be in makeup because I'm not seeing it, and it would have been prior to this. Those are his freckles. It could it be makeup? Let's see makeup. I know his lashes on. He doesn't have. It could be in face paint. He doesn't have any face paint. He doesn't have. He only has lashes on. Okay, I can't find it. Sorry, you got a little too much highlight on. Let me fix Baby Girl's brows, cause I don't know who bleached the eyebrows, but it wasn't me. Uh, Actually, let's just yeah. Let's give her infant eyebrows for now. Let and let's just make sure he's not too much of a mess. I am nervous about her face shape, and as far as Eunice goes, I have not peeked. I do not know what he's going to look like grown up. But let's take off the skin details. He does have blue eyes. We can work with this, but let's do that. And different shoes. I mean, those shoes we can use in another outfit. But I just don't like how they hit the pants. No, I'm trying to look at his shoes. Don't ignore my misclicks. Something in between, some. Anything without a flower? Not really. Okay. I want the height of these. You know, I used to have a pair of sneakers that was like perfect, but used to is the keyboard there. Just give the baby Timberlands. That feels mean. I don't know. No, well, you're not wearing your mom's pants. Okay, no. Oh, I'm gonna do his face and all too. I'm just Getting his outfits done. Yeah, that's really just a conversion from the new pack, but it's adorable. Apparently you wear Timberlands with everything. No. How about these? Do these only come in red? Okay, that I guess that's appropriate. To sleep. I mean, it's not bad. I just don't. It's not good either. What's this? No. I mean, it's cute, but no. Let's do the long pants one. And different slippers. Yeah, you can have these. We're halfway there. Let me change the color of the jeans. Okay. They don't have a color that looks more like jeans, now do they? Let's take off party. I feel like party is causing issues here. Because I know I have like regular. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. That's what I wanted. No, not green. That's fine. That's fine. I realize that's more close. No. You'll probably never see a pool in your damn life, but no. Where did the arm floaty? Oh, okay, that's where the arm. I'm like, where did the arm shit come from? But I clicked on shoes. I meant to click on pants. Damn. Um, just get something normal. Yeah, sure. Let's see. That's fine. Let's. Uh, there's nothing terribly bad about that, but I know I got something better. How about you? Uh, um, I guess those are the old standby shoes now for this damn kid. And let's see what pants. Yeah, those pants are fine. Just like maybe let's do it darker. And let's change the shoes. Let's do them black. Okay. Gray? Yeah, we can do gray. Maybe these instead. They look literally exactly the fucking same. Okay. Fine. You know what? They make your feet look gigantic and way too orange for me. How about these? Okay, yeah, let's do that. Oh, I didn't even do his face. That. Come back, Eunice. We're not done with you. I didn't do your face. I didn't look at your hair. I mean, your hair's probably fine, but I didn't see if there's anything better. But texture-wise, you actually aged up with a hair that was like pretty okay, which kind of shocks me. That EA got us next, right, when it came to your hair texture. But let me put you back on your everyday side. So if there's makeup or hair involved, I don't have to do it 14 times. Okay. But yeah, your hair texture is pretty okay. But yeah, skin details. Yeah, I haven't aged him up to see what he'll look like as an adult. I mean, I could do some plastic surgery and age him back down, but I'll be surprised with everyone else, I guess. Is this more like his skin tone was? Yeah, that's about where he was. So I want to do, yeah, I don't want to do too much to him because he is just a toddler. I will give him a little blush. Did he have freckles? I can't remember if he had freckles or not. I don't have many eyelashes that work for babies, so they kind of all get the same ones. I think it's the children that they unlock. I know teens, everything works for teens. I might give him this hair because this is one of my favorite in-game hairs, but then I have to give him the overlay so it doesn't look gray. But this is honestly one of my favorite in-game hairs. This is a little too straight. See, the hair he aged up with, that one's not bad either. That one's pretty good, just it makes his head look super high. Maybe we, like, this is what he aged up with. And that one, the texture is probably about, like, right? This one's a little bit, like, coarser than he probably would have, looking at his mom's hair and his father's. This one isn't bad, but again, makes his hair look super, like, high. And this one isn't bad either. Honestly, I'm in between the, because, like, I don't have much CC for toddlers. I'm in between the, I can't think of what the pack's called, but that pack and this one. I think I'm just gonna stick with the one he aged up on. I'm not. I don't like. I'll change his eyebrows, but I don't want to mess around with the placement until he's older. Because what looks good now could look really fucking weird when he's older. I'm not gonna lie, I do think Tahira is gonna need some plastic surgery. It's like, she's cute, but looking at her face shape, like, I think he's gonna be adorable, but looking at Tahira's face shape, I think she's gonna have super pretty eyes. And individually her features were good, but her face shape will need some work. But she's an infant, so who the fuck knows? Once they reach child, you start getting better indicators. But already I can see, like, he already has a chin. Now he might lose it. Somewhere in childhood, chins like to go out for milk and never come back. But who knows? We'll see. Oh, I didn't do the mom's outfit, but I can do those anytime. I can do Natasha's outfits anytime. On a personal note, Dyer, if you are listening, my body hates me. So because things decided not to happen for several months, they decided to happen twice in 1 month. Yeah. I was fine for like 4 or 5 days, and then it's back again. So yeah. In this month of all months. Because when I can't eat because of one thing or other, like fasting is a breeze. But then I can't fast because my body wants to do things twice in 1 month, and the and now it's the last 10 nights as well. I can't fast, which hopefully the second time for this month, it will be fast. It won't take that long, but like yeah. Not happy about that. And while this loads, I am going to grab a sweater. Hopefully no one dies on my way back. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, you need to get your ass to school. Why are you not at school? Abraham. Why are you not? Or did you graduate early or something? No, go to school, bitch. Go. I need to fix this calendar, cause yeah. Yeah, I need to edit the calendar because we're not doing no summer break. No. Go get your ass to school. Go to school. Yeah. We're not doing summer break. Like, okay, yeah. Actively participate. We need you to get skills. But also let me. Okay. I should have set up this calendar and I didn't. That's on me. We're not doing neighborhood brawl either. No. I can't delete it while it's ongoing. Okay, we'll keep things like Mother's Day and Father's Day. I'll keep that because it might be relevant in later generations. I'm afraid of Halloween just because of different save file. Same with Memorial Day. I'd rather not keep those, but I will for now. Same with Founders Day. Um, I will probably change what some of these mean. No, I'll keep Mother's Day. Yeah, I should have set this up more. I'd like to. I will probably change what Harvest Fest does though later on. Like I said, I should have went in and set up the calendar before I started playing, but I just wanted to get started. What's wrong with you, Go? You're upset you were put down? Go pee. Go pee. You're about to piss yourself. Go to the bathroom. Remember, you have a UTI. You need to take care of your shit. No, that's Xanax. That's Adderall. Where's your prescription? Okay, you want to for it right now. Can you ask this dog to go potty? We don't need him pissing in the house. Oh wait, he does know to go outside. Yeah, that's the one thing we taught it was to go outside. Oh yeah, you have a cold too. Okay. Have some green tea. I'm sure she fine. She's fine. She's just pissy. Not even in the literal sense. Get some green tea. Empty this. Feverish. Try to contribute. He'd contribute. Let's see. Ibuprofen? Maybe some cough medicine? Oh, you shove it in your eye too and you're not even sure. Get some green tea. Monado, let her have a tea and then ask again. She needs some tea and she needs to, eat something and pee again because I guess the UTI is making her piss every 10 seconds. Oh, she couldn't pee. Okay, fix the toilet and then pee. Well, see if I want to do the university stuff with him because I'm saying that because the heir has to go to university and sending him through college is a lot of work. And I don't know if I want to put all that work in. Did you do all the coke you had? You did. We're gonna have to open up the other stuff. Okay, pee. Pee? Did you drink your tea? Where did your tea go? Did you even make it? No, you didn't. Okay. pen mob. Oh, why are you sad? Then go to sleep. Go to sleep. Actually, play with toys, then go to sleep. Okay, it helps if you drink the tea. Oh, is something wrong with him, or is he just dirty? He's just dirty. You know, fuck off, Kingston. No. Okay, I can't just say no. Would she? Yes, she would. Uh, she'd let him shower. If anything, she's probably getting bored. Kingston. That. Where you? You are home. Where did you stick your tea? You had tea and you stuck it somewhere. Do you have anything else you can take? Okay, open your Coke up. It's not gonna help you feel any better right now, but just, do you have anything else you need to open up? I'm just gonna have a crush. No, I don't want you to pop at all. I want you to do whatever you're gonna do on your own. And you don't need to hold vegetables in your pockets. Okay. Wait, are you due for your ADHD meds? You are, not the codeine. You're not due for that one, okay. You aren't due for that. Do you want some codeine? No. Get some sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Do I need to send you to the doctor for this cold? I mean, you already have antibiotics. Yeah, he has a husband, and he was just over here showering at her house, but he's already one of her clients, so why would I expect any different? Did you get high? No, you're going to summer school. You don't have any drugs on you, though. Where'd your drugs go? I said your friend gave you drugs, but I don't see any drugs. Why do I get two pop-ups? That's a toddler. I don't think you were given a boxillin. Like, okay. You want some coffee? Make some coffee. And maybe play some video games and then we'll have you do your homework. Okay, a lot of people age up to toddlers. Okay, yay, last exceptions, my favorite. How's baby go? Cause he's a mess right now, I'm seeing her needs. And the coffee pot broke. I'm not gonna have you kill yourself over a coffee maker since you have the money. Make coffee. And then go play video games. Play an online game with the girl you like. Here, who I've yet to fix her makeup. I don't know who gave you drugs, but you don't have any drugs on you and you are not high. So, I'm not sure what happened there, honey. They didn't give you Advil, did they? Some children's cough medicine? Take your iron. Oh, he's home. How's he doing? Let's see how his skills are after one day of daycare. Honestly, potty is the one I'm most concerned about. I mean, not entirely, but get Abraham to help you potty. Okay, what's wrong with you? You just feel shitty all around? What are you taking? Okay, you took your own antibiotics. That's good. I would have her totally go to the festival, but she feels like shit. And she cannot sleep right now, so just relax in bed. And he passed out on the floor. Okay, go to sleep in your bed. Go to sleep in your bed. No, it's the adults I can't take care of. That's great. Okay. Can you get your mother to help you go potty? Child? Oh, she's hyper-focused. She will not. Yeah, she's hyper-focused and cleaning everything. Yep, she's not going to. Okay. Let's give her back the vacuum so she can vacuum and actually do something productive. Yeah. Why don't you vacuum while you won't tend to your children? Let's see. Oh, she feels a little better. Which condition, though? Are we talking about the UTI, the viral cold thing? Dad, fuck off. Like which medical condition? Oh, that's where she put her green tea. Is it empty? Drink it. Like, which medical condition are we talking about with her? Are you talking with Gita? You don't need cold medicine. Um, hey, you can take it though. You left it there. Can you play in the You can't play in that. Can you? There's not much for you to play in. Okay, just play in that. No one can teach him how to potty. Um, Abraham probably has homework to do, even if it glitches and says he doesn't have homework. Okay, it says not started, but when I click on the book, oh, he actually can do homework. Let's see. I want to go logic probably. See, she needs to be in fights and stuff, but she can't do that when she's sick. Well, not fights, but for her aspiration, she needs to be disliked by more people. She wants to share a meal with... Oh, she wants to do a neighborhood potluck. Go to a neighborhood potluck. I mean, that would be a way to get a lot of food. She knows Raj, and she knows, I can't think of his name, but I remember being happy when he was gay because she flirted with him, and he, he was like, no, I don't, basically, I don't fuck with women. But then he solicited her. And so he's not romantically attracted to women, but he'll pay for sex. So she knows those two, and so she could have the potluck. You're standing in front of the toilet. Use it. What's wrong with you, Tahira? You're awake. How do you know this woman? How do you know this woman? Honestly, Tahira, you should not know anybody except for, like, your mom and your uncle and your brother. I realize by default the game makes it so you know your father. But I don't know how you know all those people. Are you smoking on the toilet again? Oh, you're smoking weed on the toilet this time. That's why I keep missing when you smoke weed. You're doing it on the toilet. You're not leaving the toilet looking like that. Clean that shit. You can't clean that. Look at that. Why can't we? Oh, there it is, polished to perfection. Like, I kind of get him knowing more people because he's hanging out in the hallway talking to everything that passes by. Do we really have to send the toddler to the psychiatrist already? This dog needs a bath bad. Okay, can you sleep yet? I know you're down in the coffee, but go to sleep. Go to sleep. The babies are just angry about noisy neighbors, and honestly, at their age, they shouldn't give a shit. You get fed by him. Oh, well, he does have to do his homework, but get fed by him. And stop being upset because you're awake. I mean, you can feed her. You are welcome to feed her. Do you stink? Abraham, do you stink? Okay, you stink and you're hungry. Get some food. Okay, clean out. And then get some food. And do your homework. Because you do need to do your homework. We were gonna go logic, right? Okay. I was wondering what the hell you were doing. We'll need to feed little boy something too. Oh, wait, what are you doing? Okay, I'm gonna take homework off your list of things to do, just so you actually do help the baby, but we are gonna try to remember to do his damn homework even if it's almost midnight. He needs to take a shower too. Stop being pissed about the neighbors. You're in an apartment. They're gonna make noise. Help that baby go to the bathroom. It doesn't have enough skill to go on its own. Okay, now he's going in his diaper. No. See, now you have to change his diaper. Okay, you demand he help you. Okay, I'm gonna cheat his damn hygiene just so he actually does what I say. The dog needs to be bathed badly. That's another reason I'm not a big fan of dogs in Sims.
Apple. Noosh noosh. Ah.
We need to get him to like
Oh,
be able to
Sharpakaroo.
potty on his own.
Or more. Dead. Ruby Shoy. Yips, yips. Turu Gedna. Yips, if Loibug Sumas. Ooh. Nabatani.
Yes, you don't think I use any of the mods, so.
Ah, print a burful, Bahashi. Ulak, Floofy.
Okay, he's level 2 now. Level 2 now, so he can use it on his own. Clean that. And then we'll actually do your homework. Which we should have done before you were exhausted, but still. Is he hungry? Okay, he wants to sleep. We'll let him sleep. She's dirty, but she's going to sleep. Honestly, as long as she's not hungry. I don't know why you're doing your homework in your sister's bed, but sure. Okay. No! No, boy. Where did you stick your homework? Okay. Do your homework. I don't care that you're tired. Do it. If you need to, have some coffee.
Ah, Blash Begoy.
Would it save room if instead of this I got a bunk bed and put the toddler bed under it? That might be a better approach. Bunk bed with toddler bed under it, then we could have a small desk. I mean, there's the desk right there. Honestly, once Tahira is a toddler, it might be smartest with the room down the middle, then have, like, basically he could share his room with Eunice. And Tahira could have, like, her own small little bedroom. And the only reason I don't put Tahira in with Natasha is Natasha's career choice. Natasha shouldn't share a room with anybody. Either that or we split it and then the kids have one room and he has his own little room. I'm not sure. No, if you're a little girl, would you rather share a room with your uncle and brother, with your brother, or have your own room? Is the dog sick? Someone's vomiting. Oh, it's because this food is spoiled. Yeah, that food is spoiled. Vomiting is usually either an indication of a sick pet, spoiled food, or a pregnant pet. Hopefully it's just a spoiled food. Did you finish? Okay, you finish. Natasha, what is it? You were getting a call. Okay, also gonna need you to mop. If the animals eat that, they'll get sick. Okay, what's this? Oh, they're being cute. Do you have to pee?
He's so endak.
Okay, don't just stop and bitch because you haven't had fun in a while. Okay, I don't know why I have to take 45 trips. There's a trash can right here. You did not have to go outside with that. Literally a trash can next to you. You piss yourself, it's on you. figuratively and literally, but it's not my fault, is what I'm trying to say. And Tahira has a stinky diaper. Yes, we'll wear. I'm gonna give him some energy because he has school in a couple hours. Now he can be bored at school and he can be pissy at school, but being asleep and passed out doesn't work. He at least needs to be able to get there. Okay, maybe in that time he can. I think he likes video games. Just play a game to get your fun up. And then have another cup of coffee, which will probably make you pee more than help your energy, but still. I need to take her out to work on her mischief today. I'm not too concerned about money. If they get low on money, she can just say yes to every one of these calls. Fine. Let's give her a little bit of this. And I'm giving her hygiene just because her hygiene drops so much every time she sees a client. So. Okay. Oh, she'll get like $20 for that. Or 20 simoleons. He's gonna have to be waking up soon, so I'm giving him some hunger because he has daycare in like a half hour. What's wrong with you? I mean, I know you stink. Yes, he is going. Let's hope his ass actually doesn't spend all day laying in bed like last time. Get your ass up. You get... Okay, fix the thermostat then. It's summer. It's summer. Set a cooler. Set a cooler. Fix the thermostat. Okay, don't set that down. Take it. And pee. Go pee. Do you have any prescriptions you need to take also? Let's start with that. Okay, you need to take that. I think you're done needing codeine. Take that. Okay, you don't need the penicillin either. Okay. Why don't you change the baby? Since you're actually, feeling well. Okay, well, you're kind of feeling okay would probably be a better way to put it. You're optimistic, but you still feel like shit. I asked you to change her. Send I'm not going to school with Abraham. Um, you're done. You're done. You're done. Go to school. Go to school. Okay, what did you just take, Natasha? Okay. Oh, you went and did Coke? Is that Coke? Yeah, okay, Natasha. I asked you to change the baby's diaper, not to go do Coke. But, yeah, okay. Change the baby's diaper. We're not seeing Monado right now. Then I want to take you out so you can steal things and get your mischief up. Actually work on your skills. Okay, maybe we won't. Well, okay, if we steal shit, that will work on your mischief too. Okay. Is she good? Is she good? No, she's not, but we need to take you somewhere. So put her down. Can you just drop the baby? Oh, don't drop the baby. Just put her the fuck down. Let's just find a gym to take you to, and maybe there'll be something to steal. I know you're sick. I know you're sick. Is an animal sick too? We'll see about that when we get home. There is a gym here, okay. We may need to buy a membership. Actually, let's buy a gym membership before. Yeah, let's not travel. Yeah, let's make sure we have a gym membership before we try to go to the gym, so we can actually use stuff. So that's healthy living. No, let's just get the premiere. I'm gonna do family, just in case, others from the household wanna go. Okay, what's dirty near you? You just cleaned the baby. And yeah, let's go. She's not gonna feel like exercising. But maybe she can steal something? I don't know if you can steal from public venues or not. Sometimes you can, sometimes you... Oh wait, we stole a bunch of computers from a library, so that shouldn't be an issue. Let's take people when... I mean, okay, she sort of was flirting with Jake before, but... Yeah, I don't want to take anyone she's been involved with, but they never had a thing. He was a friend, but then he was a dick to her, so yeah, let's not take the blonde. We haven't talked to Quinn in a while. Therefore, I know Quinn and the people in her household, which were all the guys, like all of them were into it, so for all I know, she has like 8 kids by now. I hope not. But we need to start inviting Quinn places. If she's pregnant, we invite to a gym, I would feel really bad. Because, like, she can't do anything. Unless they have like the meditation pillows. That's like would literally be all she can do. I think she can swim if there's a pool. I don't know if there's a pool. Eventually, I should go back into that library and replace the computers. I mean, like, I didn't take all the computers. I just took, like, half of them. But yeah, that's how she ends up with, like, 20 grand to furnish her apartment in the first place, was stealing half the computers out of a library. She stole some from school, also. Yeah, she stole some from school. I still feel like shit. Ooh. They gave him different hair and made him blonde. Is that the same? That might even be a different beard. But okay, Andy's a paparazzi now. I want to see if Quinn has had any kids. No kids, okay. You feel... okay, is there anything that'll make you feel good? Like, cigarette? Wait, open up your weed. Maybe smoke some weed? I don't know. Because I need her feeling better if she's going to work out at all. Oh, she's coming down from coke. That's what it is. She's coming down from doing coke. Leave us the fuck alone. Should I have her do more coke? What do I do? I mean, you're kind of cute. Like, she's got a cute face. Do you want to do more coke? Okay, Adderall or coke? Let's go coke. I mean, we can take some ibuprofen. Oh, you can't take ibuprofen, okay. Aziz. I want to know why Andy is here, or blonde Andy is here, because, like, I don't think there's anyone famous around. Where are the boys? Or Dubois, I don't know. See, I don't know where they're from. If they're Creole, it's the boys. If they're French or French Canadian, it's Dubois. So I don't know. Now your stomach's fucking with you. Okay. No, Minato. Go away. Not right now. We need her to steal and to work on her fitness. So, well, actually, clogging the drain would work on your mischief, not wanting that.
Bamwosa, bamwosa.
Uh, and, and you got PMS. Oh, that's Adderall. That's Adderall. We don't have any chill pills for that. Nah. Let's see if there's anything or anywhere you can steal. Can we steal this? I feel like that's too out in the open. She's gonna get caught. I don't really want it. I more just want to get her fitness up, and stealing seems to be an effective way to do that.
Oh. Rubara?
See, some of these, the Sims don't even look that bad, just they give them the most ridiculous makeup. Raj, we're not going over to your house. Like, she wouldn't look bad, they just gave her, like, kind of ridiculous makeup. Okay. I'm gonna... Okay, I thought you took your ADHD meds. I'm gonna get rid of the, like, happy to steal thing, because if you're stealing shit, you can steal... Why does it always say your vape is new? You've had that vape for a long time. Da 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 da. Let's see. I was seeing if she needed to take her ADHD meds. You do not need to take that one. What about this one? No, you're good. You want another cigarette already? I just want. Okay. Anything down here? Drake? Oh, because there is a romance bar at all. Okay. What about this? Can you steal that? You can't even fucking click on it. Okay. You're coming down already? You literally just did it. Can we steal this? What about this one? Oh wait, yeah, I need to get rid of the mood light before you can steal another thing. Does this place have an upstairs? It does, okay. You're too uncomfortable to exercise. What if you yeah, relax together in the sauna. Maybe that'll help. I doubt it, but it's worth a shot. Oh, Malik's doing yoga. Oh, so Sydney. She would. I don't think she'd like him. Oh, the eyelashes just stand out. Arrow logged. Okay. Oh, look at that later. I just think it's funny how the eyelashes just stand out. Even his. Okay, I know Ash has eyelashes on them, but those aren't doing it. Maybe I have different eyelashes on Ash than I do on them.
Walla nibba.
I might have the Miko ones on Ash. 'Cause I think I have the Kachiko ones on him, and I think I have the Nothing Siberia Wins one on both Quinn and Natasha. Unfulfilled dreams. Happy from the sauna. Happy she's stoned. Happy she stole. And emotionally mindful. I'm getting rid of the happy she stole one just so she can try and steal again. I don't think you're supposed to be bald. But randomized part doesn't work for hair. Works for everything else, but not hair. Oh no, you're not. You're definitely not supposed to be bald. We can't steal a rock climbing wall, can we? No. It was worth checking. You'll tick? Not right now. Does that actually work on her skills at all? It seems to do nothing for her mischief. Okay, she's gonna have to actually talk to people, but is she still hyper-focused? No, she's not. Would having a cigarette make her happy enough to exercise? Because I'd like to work on at least one of her damn skills. Oh, fuck work. Literally, see one client once, and that's more than you get paid in a night. I also don't think she's gotten a promotion the entire time she's been a fast food worker. Oh no, she's level 2. Do you have to pee? I mean, if you have to pee, go. Oh, that's a shower. Where the hell are the toilets? Okay. Use the toilets. Use the toilets, but also practice sparring. No. We're not talking. Fuck the boss. Fuck the boss. Right. There wasn't an option to do that together, so I'm assuming the people she came with left. fucking? Is someone just showering us? Oh no, he is just showering. I thought someone was fucking in the shower. Not sure why she didn't get dressed. We can see the doctor later. Okay, now, Eunice. And Eunice isn't definitely there. It could be Tahira. Eunice only just reached toddler age. But I know you got, what, cramps now? Is it cramps? Okay, that's fine. Hyperfocus actually is probably beneficial in this case. Though, I do check when it says she's hyper-focused to see if she needs her meds. That's not your meds. You do. Minato, you're persistent, but wait till she's at home. We're not hooking in the gym. Who can we ask? Without the makeup, he might not be bad, but... Oh wait, she's not gonna do that because the hyperfocus. Yeah, she doesn't want to talk to people. So we got at least to level 5 though, but a better question is there anywhere to get anything to eat around here? Like, is there like a food truck? Not food truck, food vendor. That's the word for it. I always want to call them food trucks because that's what we have here. We have food trucks, we don't have like just carts set up. They're like trucks. But it doesn't look to be one anywhere near. Which sucks. I feel like there should be one in every town, but this is like I don't know how to say it, but this is like every city has a place where the Republicans live, and this is where they would live. I know you're hungry, but I don't see a place to get food. Well, you're just starting to get hungry. You're not like hungry. This gym doesn't have like a fridge or anything in it, which is honestly a bit weird. It doesn't have like a smoothie bar or anything. By the pool maybe? No, there's no shit down here either. Yeah, you can have this water. I think she's stuck. Kaori, I'm gonna reset you, because you've been in the same position since we got here. Yeah, she was stuck. Just using that. Okay. Did I tell you to take a shower? I told you to take a shower and one with someone in it. Well, okay, they're occupied. Let's try this one. Let's try this one. We don't need you to be creepy. Yeah, there's no. Okay, there is a place. I'm just blind. Okay, what do you have to eat? Deltic, you can fuck off for right now. Let's just get some ramen. Oh, a vampire running it. Great. You can put on clothes. At no point did I tell you clothes was not an option. Were not an option. Natasha. She stole a few things, so at least she leveled up in something. I know Natasha hasn't used chopsticks that often. I got it. Okay. Is this just your period? Is it just your period? Okay. Not that that's a just, but honestly, after all the shit before you went to the gym, only being dizzy because of your period is. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm gonna pause for a sec because I need more tea. But I will be right back. As soon as it loads in, because I don't want to have it load in and then I don't know the house catches on fire or something while I'm gone. That seems like something that would happen. Okay. Not sure why they followed you here, but okay. Oh, shit. Bills. Oh, she was gone all damn day. You need. Let's pay the bills. And then I'll set him to
Swing cow.
do his homework, and then pause because the kid's probably like dying. But yeah. I do hate that if you leave the house, the other Sims just don't take care of themselves. Like, okay, let's see his needs.
Opa.
Oh, he's saying hi to his sister. That's fine. Like, okay, he needs a bath. Let's see how baby is. Okay, now I'm cheating her needs because she should have been taken care of. Toddler, he's just a little hungry. You actually, I trust you to cook. Why? Oh, you were in a tower. I was gonna say why are you in that, but I'm gonna have you actually make dinner. Cause you have a little bit of food, skill. Little bit of cooking skill. Just, yeah, meatloaf. Just make a meatloaf. I hope it's not counting your weed as the herbs. But, you know what? It's not going to affect the food at the end. What are you doing with her? Okay, you're feeding her. No. I have to cheat your needs too because, come on. They shouldn't be that bad. Yeah, put the baby away. I mean down. Do your homework. You're fine. Just go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you, okay, she's making dinner. I'll give you enough hunger so you don't starve to death before she's done. Uh, why don't you go potty just so we don't have any diaper incidents? That sink is ready. Okay. Here, what? Polish and then call the meal. Call the meal. Yes, it's dirty around you and you're tired and you aren't especially hungry yourself, so you probably could just get some sleep. We'll look at what you've stolen later. Okay, baby? What is wrong with you? Nothing. Okay, yes. Potty, you're almost done. Go get some food. I should have him bathe the dog. Fine, fine. You can like New Age music, like whatever you want. Just if there are any mishaps with the sterilization surgery, and anything happens, I'll make sure basically it'll be deleted and I'll go in the MCC and make sure she's then flagged for no pregnancy. Have you eaten, child? Eat! Eat your food before you are taken the fuck away. Eat your food. Do I have to do that just so you don't get taken the fuck away? Okay, what's up with your sister? Okay, you have not been left alone. Stop that. Stop being sad and just go to sleep. You. Yeah, eat it. Don't just stand there. I would refresh you, but I don't know if the meatloaf is in your pocket, or I don't know what you did with your meatloaf. Okay, I was waiting for that to happen. Okay. Yeah, so it was Wicked Whims. Okay. Some animations mess with things. You're doing coke again. You need to go to sleep. You don't need to do coke right now. Was it coke? Or was it Adderall? I think it was coke. Okay. Oh, okay. Why don't we give the dog a bath? Because he stinks. Yeah. Give Belle a bath. Let's put the meatloaf in the fridge. Why are you yellow? You need fun? You have a toy box. Play with that. Go play with that. How are Abraham's grades? He's only a C student. Ooh. I mean, he has the skills. He's been paying attention in class. I think he has skills. Does he have skills? I mean, he's almost 6 in logic and almost 5 in video gaming and his parenting stuff. He's already almost 4 in Parenton. Parenton. I cannot pronounce words. But, like, he has skills. He's not, like... He's not intelligent. I use a double negative to say how smart he is. Okay. Does want coffee. Are you able to do extra credit? I don't know if you have to be a B student to do extra credit. You are able to. Let's make some coffee too, because apparently you're addicted to caffeine, but that's fair. Why don't you go to sleep? After you're done playing, go to sleep. How many land grabs are there, and what's on that child's head? So many babies aging up. Like, so many. Well, at least Eunice will have peers. I check his skills, but then I realized by the time he reaches child age, because he's going to daycare, he'll have everything maxed. So, like, it's not that big of a concern. Oh, shit. I guess you're not sleeping, kid. I did not realize it was already that early. Shit. I'm sorry. No sleep, I guess. That means he has school shortly, so yeah, make coffee. I forgot, I kept her out till like after midnight at the gym. She did steal a couple things. I have no use for them in the house. Only use would be with the computer would be if we went to a bunk bed thing for him and then put a like computer in here. Like got him his own computer. I'll be honest, I am. This is almost as bad as the ranch music or whatever backyard music that Natasha is into. It's just like a little bit better, but really? Who are your options? You are not bumping and grinding with your sister. That's just weird. I thought maybe like Adora was here or something, but no, your sister is the option? No, that's just weird. I need to fix these upper cabinets because they're like, okay. I don't hate them, but I don't like them. I'm not going to school with you. I don't want to have to make her talk to herself, but I'm going to have to make her talk to herself. Fine, Monado. Make it quick. This should come down. This should be a half one. To break up the monotony, I could put the full one over the sink. Or do a half one and then do something with dishes under it. Under this one over the sink. I don't know, it's bugging me. Let's watch the baby while you're doing that. Baby Stinky. Okay. And hungry. She just needs her diaper. There better not be any pregnancy potential. Like, she has the infertile trait. Now, if she isn't already flagged an empty command center because of that, I need to flag her an empty command center because to not get pregnant. And I should have checked her in CAS as well to make sure she was flagged that she can't get pregnant or get others pregnant. Okay. He only tipped $32. Cheap fuck. Okay. Oh, wait, baby. You need food. You need food. Oh, she's hyper-focused. She won't feed the baby. Yeah, when they're hyper-focused, unfortunately, they will not feed the baby. They won't do anything with the kids. So you're gonna have to sit in that diaper for a bit. I am sorry. But you can work on skills. Let me see. Do you need your medication? That's not medication. That is medication. We need that medication. And that medication. I was trying to avoid having her, like, talk to herself in the mirror and do other things like that for skills, but I don't really think it's avoidable entirely. Like, for mischief, there are other things she can do. Like, she can interactions with people and stuff like that, but for charisma, not so much. So, you were an obstetrician? Um, okay, you actually want to check the baby. If you wanna, are you, wait, are you not hyper-focused anymore? You're not hyper-focused anymore. It's going down, though. Did you use the cream on your own? Your tick? No. It's in the rules that as a teen she has to, like, basically take any social calls. As an adult, that doesn't mean she has to, like, hang around with her Johns. Like, that's not a thing. Friends are one thing. Clients are another. Just pick up a level. Do we have anything in here? We don't have. Yeah. Kind of want to save up for like Savant or something. Did you do shit in the house? No. Okay. You did some. You did some. You have a lot of pills to take and babies. You don't need to check her 12 times after you change her diaper. Later I will send her though, cause with her, who knows if there's anything. Did you take your medication? Because that stuff just disappeared from your, plants. Okay. I guess it just happened. Okay. You know what, put the baby down. Put the baby down and then go You need to do mean and mischievous actions, so... What the fuck is this? Cult? I don't care. I'm gonna cheat your piss just so you can. Is this Raj or is this the blonde woman? No, he's at school. Actually, I should be having him do that. But it's Raj's mom. I really hope either Raj or her or Gita pursuing someone.
Maz. Fuisak.
I wanted you to be mean. That doesn't count as mean. She's good friends now with her baby. Thank you, Sydney. That didn't count as mean, did it? No. There's no one to be mean to. How about Jake? You wanted to be mischievous to Jake. Let's invite him over. You did have romance with him, so he should fall under here. How do you have romance with Jonas? Isn't... Yeah, he's gay. Like, I don't understand it, but okay. Oh, you don't think Jonas is attractive? No, Hugh. You got us pregnant, and then we kind of ghosted you after that, even though you aren't the father of either of the kids. Okay, why are you upset? I'm treating your needs, because... No, not the baby. What it... You are not getting right in the goddamn shower. No. Get the fuck out there. I hate that so much. Okay. Put on some clothes, Jake. I invited you over to be a dick to you. Put on some clothes. Okay.
Oh, dag dag.
Does he have a weird teen body? He's not a teenager.
Turip Boulevard, Laxana Skibaro.
He kind of has a weird teen body. And she's mean, so... Fuck off, Beth.
Wisp.
Damn, could you stop doing that, please? Work this shit out. Sorry about that. Hoping the ginger tea helps. Okay. Thank you for following. I appreciate that. No. I always want to beat up the damn cat. Let's see. It's no. Get out of our fridge. Malicious. Go mark his outfit. What are you doing? Oh, you're gonna read to the child. That's fine. Where the hell are you? Okay. Yeah, you can't join the criminal career until you're an adult. You're still a young adult. Why do you stink? Can you fight him? Mean. Yeah, I don't need pop-ups right now. She could do it successfully.
Shibar Blue Hain. Chelner Squaz Nurska. Shirak Blue Hain.
I don't know where the toddler went.
Vimpa. Gil.
Oh, there's the toddler. Where's the teenager?
What did he? Chop Boyman. Zap and Quark Bani. Yabiba. Jamul. Bespagane. Wabarani.
Baby, you might want to go find your uncle. Why do you have more negative romance and friendship, considering the romance wasn't that high to begin with? It wasn't as high as the negative is. Are they just, like, repulsed by each other more romantically than they are, She keeps getting distracted by her child. You don't even like the kid. And he's not gonna count as be disliked because the romance is more negative than oh, criticize woohoo techniques. I mean, you haven't done anything with him since you two were teenagers, but sure. Take PTO. I actually think she only did anything with him like the night that Eric died. Yes, fight him. I want you to fight him. But you just... Okay, come on. Stop being distracted by your own stink. Go... Don't tell me. Oh, he's leaving now and you're gonna do more... Oh, okay, you're cleaning the sink. I thought you were gonna go do more coke. I want you to fight this dick. Come on. Now he's playing your brother's video games. No. Okay, I'm cheating your needs just so you can fight him. Oh, don't tell me you're gonna be too hyper-focused to beat someone up. Can't you focus on... I'm cheating it away. I'm cheating it away. I want you to beat him up. Don't tell me now you're not mad. Yes, please, fight him. Don't exit out, you... God damn it. Okay, come here. Come here. I know he's already your third person disliking you. Which is good and all, but... just inviting him over to be a bitch to him isn't enough. What stinks? Does the baby stink? Do you stink? Something stinks. Okay, where's the cat? What's wrong with the cat? The cat's not sick, right? No. Does the cat need food? Yeah. You get up, get up, get up. If I'm cheating one person needs, I'll cheat everyone's fine. Fill that and check the babies. How's the baby? Okay, you're fine. You're just pissy. You're fine. Did you lose? No, you didn't lose. Oh, you're going for it again. Okay. Okay, I like how Eunice is just watching and like he looks so entertained. Now he's eating our food? What the fuck? He bought Natasha twice and then he's gonna go and eat her damn meatloaf? What the hell? I don't know if do you need, you can have some ibuprofen. I don't know if you need, okay, no codeine. You don't need that. I'm seeing she needs to have like her actual like medications. Oh, I was gonna get you, the secondhand smoke immunity because you're gonna be around Natasha too much to keep getting annoyed by that. Traits. Yeah. I will do that for him as well. I'm not sure about secondary for him, but secondhand smoke immunity, it should be somewhere. There it is, 250. Okay. Oh, you're playing with her. I was wondering who he was playing peekaboo with. Can you send him home? Wait, why? Are you hungry, Eunice? No. Okay. He just asked his mom to read to him. He did. I'm sure you got homework to do, Abraham. I forgot how to say your name. You can dance. No, Raj, no. Let's work on your logic. What is wrong with you, child? Seriously, what is wrong with you? Okay, you do need to be fed. You do need to be fed. Okay. And no. Stop it. Calm down. Okay. How are you doing on skills and everything? You're doing amazing. I can kind of just let him do what he wants and just make sure we feed him. I don't know if she should be breastfeeding with all, like, the, with everything in her bloodstream. That's the best way I can put it. And I'm not talking about what she's prescribed. Okay. Is that needing medication? That's from your medication, okay. Yeah, we know you didn't want children. You do need to go to your, like, well visit. Though, so we can do that, and I'll be honest, I'm mostly sending you so you can get vaccines, because I don't need you coming down with, like, meningitis or something. You didn't. What the fuck are you doing? No, you go. Ignore the baby. Go to the fucking doctor. Go to the doctor. Just go. No, fuck the baby. Baby is fine. No, no baby. I'll get rid of the baby. We only need one. Just go. No. Go. No, no baby. Who cares? Go. Did you finish your homework? Okay. You can tend to the baby, even though she is fine. She's just tired. But the damn neighbors. Okay. Here. Why don't you tell them to keep it down? Yes, get vaccinated.
Jim.
Ah, Warba. Sul. Ube nava.
She already doesn't like us, but... No, I did not... Baby is fine.
Sharba, Takabu Kankaro Vana.
Yes. Oh, Ufra.
Okay. get put to bed by Abraham, and the client, yeah, I don't care if he says he's at a cafe. He lives across the hall. See, he's only coming from across the hall. I don't know why he said he was at a damn cafe. He's literally coming from across the hall. Okay. Why don't you do your extra credit? Because honestly, ideally, when Natasha's done that, I think I might try the bunk bed idea to save room. I might have to get a different toddler bed. So I'm not sure that one snaps underneath bunk beds. But we'll see. Only tipping $32 for anal is kind of crazy. But okay.
Arvini, who sharp Kumi out? Bamkaro Sambisi. Clam. Abimi Shrozis, Nuloy. Fabane. Bobi Ibsa Bibdo.
Let me just check my settings and make sure neighborhood stories on. I mean, with all these births, they have to be, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, okay. I should probably go into the settings and, that's not what. Oh! I got a good sentiment with, I'm gonna make her apologize. Cause, yeah. This is the only family she's still...
Neeb. And Fabi Narble. Franj. Baribi. Damse Bruhana. Binarp Pelka.
Aha. Shuniklaba Arbe. Muma. Jade. Bahana wax win.
Help him with his homework. Yeah, because she did that a few times when he was a child before she got kicked out. It's helping him with his homework. That's why she technically did have like one in parenting before she had any kids. Why don't you, play with Abraham. I don't know why is Leo here? I mean, Celeste is your mom's friend. Yeah, Celeste is your mom's friend, but why is Leo here? I just assume he's like in the city for something, but... Hey, you were playing? Fine. You're supposed to be playing together. I'm am debating on sending him to college, but if I send him to college, I feel like because he's not the heir, do I put in, because right now I have the 8 weeks, which is what I plan to use for Gen 2, the 8 weeks university. Do I put in the really short one for him? We'll see. If he gets to graduate early, before either Eunice or Tahira ages up to a child, or both of them. I'm gonna have you cook a meal, or I'll have you make breakfast. Let's see. I'll have you make pancakes, and I'm having to make party sizes so that there's leftovers, but then some food spoils, so
Isso não é Espa! Espa! Super menino!
yeah, I thought you age quit. Let's hope that goes away. And all the birthdays.
Zamboom!
I actually think she might like cooking, so that doesn't mean I'm not keeping an eye out, because I'm not sure if I remember a smoke detector. I have a police alarm and a thermostat, but I'm not sure if I remember the smoke detector. What stinks? Is the coffee spoiled? Okay, empty the coffee for me. I'm saying this, but yeah, empty the coffee. Oh, you're in heat, aren't you? Why don't you make some coffee also? So I don't think anyone's going to sleep tonight.
Caribou! Upa!
Well, she already has food. You don't need a second plate of food. I guess you do. You? Get some food. Get some food. Okay, not a cat. I don't want you to eat the cat. That requires sitting up, baby. That's one thing I don't love about toddlers is a lot of times they don't like to actually get out of bed, or they take 10 years to get out of bed. I mean, I get it. Sometimes I don't want to either. A lot of times. Okay, we can put the rest of this in the fridge. Do you need your cream? Where is it? There it is.
Ooh, brig.
Why don't you go to the bathroom? I thought you needed to go to the bathroom. Okay, well, Abraham is going first. After you've done that, can you get the litter? Yes, he is going. Go to sleep. Actually, go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom, let me see if you need meds, and then go to sleep. If needed, I will treat the baby's needs. Because you do need sleep. You don't need codeine. I don't think you need that. Oh, okay, it is needed. You're not gonna bitch because you woke up. Because he has school in like an hour. You want to ask her for advice when she's trying to sleep. Wait, where you? Oh, you're trying to get that unstuck. Okay. Throw that away. You have school in a half hour. I don't want you to pass out. I do kind of feel bad for the dog because, like, the dog is an elder. I'm honestly a little afraid to look and see how long he has. Because he aged up quite a bit ago. Actually, I'll look. I'm gonna take it off screen just because, in case anyone's watching, I don't want to make them sad since it's a dog. Oh, he's asleep now. I can't even look. Yeah, I went to look and then I get the wake up bell thing. So, yeah. He's asleep now, so. But, yeah, I know he probably doesn't have long. Alright, you are all energized standing by the trash. Wait, it's after 8. Why aren't you at school? What? Today's not a holiday. You should have went to school. What the hell? 8 a.m. It's 8. Okay, that was just the... It popped back to 8 even though it's at 8:20. I hate when the clock does those weird shit like that. That weird shit like that. It really... Okay, where are you? Oh, you're in bed. You're in bed. Okay. I'm gonna fast forward because yes, it's a baby. Yes, she's awake, but yeah. Okay, you got a call. Colt, who the hell? I don't even know who Colt is. Is he like one of her clients or something, or is he a random man she met? Like, I don't remember who Colt is. But yeah, look, she's asleep. Let's just. Those when you had walls half up like this in apartments, it was like when you have walls half up in a house. Abraham would ignore them. Like, I want that, but on all sides of the apartment, I don't want to see into the hallway. Go to sleep then. Go to sleep. Good for them. And Eunice is maxing his skills out already, and he just turned a toddler. Like, yeah, he still has 12 days as a toddler. Okay, who are you dreaming about? I saw you dreaming about someone, but I didn't see who. Colt? What the hell? Oh, now you work at the school? She's not gonna give a shit. Well, I gave her contacts, but I really shouldn't have, because she's high 90% of the time, so the contacts come right off. Well, you're energized. That is one of the skills you have to work on, so. Oh, the cat squeaked. I didn't know it was squeaking. Okay, you're fine. That was a quick workout. I'm sorry, I'm more interested in the cat. Raj, look, as a townie, you're one of my favorites. But, because you're one of our clients, I think it'd be weird if you just hung out here all the time. I think that'd be weird. I do love Nika. Oh shit, he's already home? Let's look at his skills. Oh, she's doing that on her own. Good. Oh wait, she's neat now. Yeah, she decides she was neat. You okay, Bill? Why don't you go pet Bill? Oh, Eunice is happy. Yeah, pet Bill. Are you going to clean the sink or do Coke? Coke or clean? Clean. Okay. Purpose of life. Fear of failure. Okay. Having a mood swing. Oh, I didn't check to make sure I had acne off. The pack settings. Yes, we have dust limiting. No, I'm not doing acne. Self-discovery layoffs. Yes. I don't want occults in Cupid's Corner. Heirloom creation. I do want eco footprint. Okay. 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 You're not gonna be panicked over that. I'm sorry, but no. Calm your shit. Can I not click the washer? Like, what the hell? Okay, move. Why can't I click the washer? Okay, that needs to be washed again. It was saving, that's why I couldn't click. Okay, what's wrong with you now? Okay, you need to be fed. So, yeah, get fed by somebody. I don't care who. Is she going to do coke or is she going to wash the sink? I don't trust her around sinks now. Okay, from a distance his glasses don't look great. They look kind of odd from a distance. Like up close, they're fine, but from a distance. And also get your diaper changed. Raj. You know what? Sure. We can be friends with Raj, but if we're friends with him, we don't want him as a client. And if we remove someone as a client, they don't like it. I mean, tummy time is nice. And actually, that would be helpful, but I don't think anyone's vacuumed in a bit. You are fine. I gotta make sure he does his homework. Because I want him to be basically an A+ student so they tell him to graduate early and then I can make the decision. That does research and debate and logic, so let's do that one. You want to share ideas and you want to go to a library. Oh, this is dirty. That looks gross. No. Do your homework. You're not that dirty. Oh, you are that dirty, but... no, Cassandra. If you want to talk to him on the phone, that's fine, but we're not going there. Oh shit, she actually went to work, so she's not hanging out with Raj. Sorry, Raj. Baby boy? Oh. You were upset from dancing.
pave, meshka, cranny, pizza.
You need to eat and sleep. Coffee spoiled, right?
Smurd zucchini, sapoim,
Uh,
emer.
get leftovers. Eventually, he's probably gonna have to learn to cook, but.
Yeah, I'm a power chopper. Fazer compras anyway. Oh,
I'll give you a little energy, because, you know, taking care of the kids, doing homework, you know, general housework stuff.
Almost. Sickafoof. Wanna faj liquor. So noi, schmezel klimp flisserat. Haze. Naya floof, Moochie Peachy. Wanna faj usha. Samas, Naya floof, Yamasade. So noi, schmezel klimp flisserat. Haze.
Okay, what does the toddler want? Oh, you just want to look at him. Wasn't he just sad from dancing? Okay, I told you to get leftovers. And I told you to empty the coffee pot. I don't know why you reset, but you're being dumb. She doesn't need anything. Don't pick her up, then you won't have to put her down. Go eat food. You're not like your sister. You can't just eat drugs. Okay, they're just being cute. Which is one reason I'm hesitant to look to see how long Belle has. Ah, fuck it. I'm gonna look. Oh, damn it. Yeah, yeah. I feel like the cat's gonna be the saddest one in the house. Maybe we'll get the cat a kitten or something. Cause like, we're not having any more kids. Why are you pissed? Unfulfilled dreams. What dreams did you have? You get to be a criminal when you age up. Is that helpful? When you reach 40, you can become a career criminal. That doesn't sound helpful. Why don't you make some coffee? Oh, no, okay. Can you discipline this baby? I'm not sure if he can, because he's not, you know, the parent. He cannot. He cannot. Damn. Okay. I guess just clean it up. Yeah, he would have had to, like, formally adopted him, and I think you have to be... Okay, what's wrong with you? You stink and you're tired. Okay. Do you stink? No, you don't stink. You don't even need your diaper changed. Okay. I can get Abraham to put you to bed. I thought you smelled, but you're just wearing green. That this sounds like such a weird insult. I thought that I saw a bottle on the floor. Okay, you. Let's stop being mad about. I said stop it. Have a cigarette, do some drugs, just like calm your shit. Eat some food too, you're hungry. Okay, there's a bottle. How long until she ages up is another question. Oh, shit. Tomorrow's her birthday. 2 toddlers. We're gonna have 2 toddlers.
Yibsy. Fadish.
Honestly, 2 toddlers is a lot easier to handle. But I do think, with having 2 toddlers, this room completely redo. I think this room should become 2, if I'm being real. And it might be time to get rid of this. I don't know. Nah, we'll keep it, cause like, I kind of think, okay, I told you to clean that, okay, no, tell Nika not to play in it. Nika needs to learn not to play in trash. Okay, now clean it up, because I already told you to clean that up. Okay, baby, what you doing? You want to watch your sister. That's fair, just don't wake her up. You are exhausted, but I want you to do your extra credit. Because I really want you to be an A student. Do your extra credit and then go to bed. I actually would like the idea of everyone going to bed like at a decent time tonight. Belle, if you wake up that baby, you can watch him. She is asleep. Jonas, she is asleep. Find another hooker. She's asleep. Find another sex. Jonas. Not okay, the dog is not Jonas. Belle. Ah. Oh, you have to pee anyway. You have to pee anyway, so go pee. Go potty. Go potty. Don't worry about the dog. Not everyone's awake. I actually had people asleep at a decent time, but now everyone is awake. Okay, if you stink, take a shower. Okay. No boy. Oh, now you're hungry. Let's see. There's only 2 of those left, so you can get some. Is anyone else in the house hungry? You, before you go to sleep, you need food at all? You need to pee. No, I'm cheating your bladder. Okay, we'll put that last one back in the fridge. Okay, why don't you talk to yourself for a while? Since you're in a good mood, might as well work on your skills. I would love to have like her skills where they need to be and not have to like literally only need to work on her aspiration by the time they're children. Okay, yeah, it's Tahira's birthday. So let's get the presents back out. We can have a small thing while everyone's at school today. Who's holding the presents? Okay, there they are. I don't know if he can get out. You know what? They can go here. Yeah, honestly, we can do it right now. We got to celebrate a thing. We can do it right now. Add some presents to it. And then I don't think your cooking is high enough to make any actual birthday cakes through this, but we can look. No, not storking baby cake. I think ice cream cake works, but I'm not 100% sure. Either way, the kids would like an ice cream cake, I'm sure. That's the same cake where in, what was I doing? I was, like, basically on on short lifespan, no, Jonas. On short lifespan, I was doing, what the fuck is it called? Joy of Life on short lifespan. And because the way I have it so it pulls from my tray, Woodard Sim showed up and just stared at the ice cream cake. He bought a loaf of bread, but then just stared at the ice cream cake all damn day. Ended up buying a single cupcake before he left, after staring at an ice cream cake all day. I felt bad. I wanted to give him the damn ice cream cake. I swear his sim was not lactose intolerant, even if it acted. Did you just decide to stop what you were doing? Finish cooking. Don't be dumb. Finish cooking. Stop waking everyone up, Belle. Let Abraham sleep. Okay, are you okay, girl? Yes, it's Tahira's birthday. I don't know why you need the oven to make an ice cream cake. It's usually just like cookie crumbs and some fudge and ice cream formed together. But now I don't know. Can you put birthday candles on this? You can. Okay. That's what I want to know. Come on. Okay. I said, come on, stop it. Okay, well, Tahira's getting her needs treated, so she's fine. But let's throw the actual party. Make sure she doesn't need a diaper changed.
Clavy Twips.
Spone.
Miko's water. Huh?
Waffle boy.
For these.
Probably gonna invite the same people as last time, except we are not inviting her biological father just because he creeps me out. Yoltik doesn't creep me out, which is why he got invited to Eunice's birthday, but Monado does creep me out. The birthday party. Birthday sim is Tahira. I need to invite everyone and just let them go to school. Ash can come. Sorry, Monado. No. Malik can come. No. You can come. You know what? Kingston can't come, but Cassandra can. She had more. If she's gonna have contact with any of her parents, it will be Cassandra, not fucking Kingston. Okay, let's see. Tahira Sydney. I don't know who that is. He's not terrible looking, but oh, Quinn. Wait, let me edit it. I wanted to also invite, she hasn't seen him since she was a kid. Wolfgang. Coffin. Did he marry Lane Coffin? We don't need any of the other stuff. If they want food, there's food in the fridge. Here, now. Let's make sure baby doesn't need diaper change. Baby does need diaper change. Natasha is right there. I don't want to age her up with a smelly diaper. You can like dancing. That's fine. Even though she was a mean alcoholic, I adored Natasha's mom so much. She's like so pretty.
Oh, Hanadeo. Erashuba.
Zambrana Elvis.
I kind of hope she meets someone that's not a piece of shit. Like, why are you bringing the baby to the sink? Don't tell me you are doing coke holding your baby. You did coke while holding your baby? What the fuck? No. Let's age her up. Get Abraham to help you, cause your mom doesn't even think to put you down before snorting shit. So no. Who is Wolfgang getting romance with? Sydney? Are you tired, Abraham? A little bit, but not terribly so. Okay, do I gotta have her ask again? Well, reach your milestone and then we'll age you up. Yes, he'll be going. I probably should put them in the criminal career. Her high school friends, like Malik and Quinn and stuff. And Jake and the blonde guy. Okay. Now can you ask for help? Fuck it, ask your mom, even though she doesn't know well enough to put down the child before doing your coke. What's that? Yeah, he is scoring a bit. The cat needs to be fed too. Did you make that face at the kid? Okay, we'll do it 3 times. 3. Okay, you're independent, thank God. Oh, does she have a birthmark? Is that a birthmark or is that blush? If it's a birthmark, we'll keep it. If it's like blush, we won't. I can't tell if that's contour or a birthmark. It's contour. No, we're not keeping excessive contour on a baby. Have a piece of your cake. And also, enroll this child in preschool. They can start tomorrow. She does need a makeover. Stop moving for a second. Go to school. Go to school, Abraham. Stand alone. I don't know. What? Oh, you're coming down off the coke. Okay. See, if Celeste wasn't married, I would almost hope that Cassandra would get with her. But she is like Cassandra's best friend, so. Quinn, you are an adult. You can put your plate somewhere other than there. What did you make? A screwdriver. Okay. Okay, well, even though your mom's asleep, you can open presents. Who do you want to open them with? Your mom's asleep, so open them with Malik.
West Brainham. Wixona Zarskas. Penthip. Bobby.
What did you get? Junior Wizard starter set, some blocks, and a bear. Okay, you got your own blocks. That's nice. You know, I don't think you or Eunice know your grandmother, but you can meet Cassandra, but I think Cassandra and Natasha should go out to lunch today. It's been a while. Go all out. Maybe even all four of you should go out to lunch with Cassandra. I kind of think inviting her to Hero's birthday is like sending an olive branch. Yes, you're miserable. What is it? You're hungover from your drugs. Something smells. Fill the pet's food for me, though. How much? What stinks, though? Can you... What is dirty? Is the bar dirty? I'm sorry, I don't see what's dirty, and I don't see anything smelling. I mean, I see some plates all over the place. Where did that go? Okay. Oh, Nika's spoiled. Of course Nika's spoiled. Well, be nice. Oh, you're playing with him. Okay. Were you cleaning the sink? We can put what's left of this cake in the fridge. Why don't you clean up? I mean, you're neat, so cleaning should make you happy. Why don't you get started on that potty skill? Oh, she does need to do the laundry. Did you get stuck? Okay, no. Did you get everything? You got everything. Good. Let me do a med check. I don't think she needs the codeine or the penicillin anymore. Okay, I need to go in the bill buy and I need to go in the cast. So, let's clear this. And I will save. Basically, I need to redo the, I think we might need to get rid of laundry. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so I'm getting rid of the laundry. Frankly, because I don't think we have room for it. Let me do overhead. Let's go out of that for a second. Okay, that needs to be near the door. Well, that can be above the door, though. This can be, like, anywhere. Okay, I'm trying to touch the door. Why won't it let me click on the fucking door? Can you? Okay, I guess I can't move the door in apartments. That sucks ass. I can't move the door in apartments. Okay, so that is irrelevant. What I was gonna, not irrelevant, but impossible, and doesn't actually matter here, so. This does not. Okay, so I could do a decent bathroom in that spot, but not one of these. That's what I want to see. Okay, click the wall. Okay. Then you back to a half wall. I'm gonna have to do the bedroom. That's what I wanted to see if. Okay, we're not keeping that bed. We don't need this anymore. We don't need this. If I shift it down a space, you won't be able to use this stuff. Well, equal inventory. think this still in. We might have to lose this, or I want you on the floor, goddammit. Okay, could you not clip through the carpet? Fine, you can clip through the carpet. I don't know why you're doing that, but sure, you can clip through the carpet. That makes perfect sense. No, it's can they actually get to that? This way they can, I think. Or we move this to here. If we Once I find a smaller table for in here. I like this table. Or we flip this. Could flip it. There's actually more room this way. There's definitely more room this way, and can still have this behind. Again, not sure why that goes under the carpet. It feels like it shouldn't, but it does. I'm just gonna delete these. Oh, that's a dog. Okay. The windows are an issue. I'll put windows back in. I just need to figure out how we're doing this before I we need 2 toddler beds. We need 2 toddler beds and a single bed. Now, I mean, I could do this, not that color. Okay, that's even brighter. Okay, maybe not that one then. Yeah, I like colors, but okay, maybe this one. Now, do I make this 2 rooms? Keep it as 1. Maybe we keep it as 1. I'll put the window back. But being slightly bigger will make a difference, especially as... Okay, where are you, height-wise? You there? Yeah, I think we're there. It would help if I had on the right side, huh? Okay, I grabbed the same side twice. I am not keeping it black for them. Okay, clip in, you prick. Okay. I don't know what color I'm making it, but it's not black. They, something less dramatic. We'll just do that. I kind of wish there was like patterns or something with that, but all the ones with patterns I don't love, so. Okay. Yeah, I think I can put the desk in his room because she doesn't, well, no, she does use it, doesn't she? And yeah. Well, they're not children yet. They're not children yet, and he can't use that. Okay, we got a camera, so. Okay. Yeah, the desk can go back here. Same with the light. And this is the one that was on this one, and he can have this one. Because I'm sure he'd love having. What the fuck is that? Okay, I guess it was from something. Pulver. There, I think she got that. You know what? They can have that. Yeah, they can have that. Cause all right. And the ashtray. I'm selling that because they don't have an outside. Like, they do not have an outside, so where are they gonna play hopscotch? Like, really? What's a desk he would have? This. Shit, that means I. Okay, not that desk. I want a desk that snaps under here. You snap. But can I make you a matching color? Kinda. Okay. Inventory, computer. You can have the camera. I don't know that you'll ever use it. If I remember that there's a camera in the household, maybe I'll remember to actually take pictures. Maybe. Actually, let's just, well, I cleared up some room in the bathroom by getting rid of the laundry. I kind of regret that, but at the same time, laundry is annoying, so... I can add another potty now. There are, like, these big gaps of space now. Actually, no. So I kind of like to... Yeah, because this way I can give them like a little, like, a small TV, and yeah, I can give them stuff. I wanted to show me your swatches, bitch. Okay. The only thing I don't like about this is it disappears when you have the walls down. Um, no, they don't need anything nice as far as the TV goes. Wait, what kind of TV? Okay, they have that TV, so nothing that good. So we're going with that, and let's see. Okay. It's CC, but it's just been made base game compatible. Well, I don't even know if it's base game compatible. It's one of the early access items, is what it is, and obviously I didn't have early access. Oh, maybe we go Goofy. Why won't you sit on things? I hate when they don't want to sit on things. I I hate that so much. Now let me look at carpets. No, I don't need a coffee table. I will adjust the placement of this bench couch thingy, so it's not clipping. Any of these look okay? Yeah. No. Um, Chinese horse ranch ones aren't too bad. I feel like she would steal a couch from a gym and then just give it to her kids. They need some kind of bookshelf too. So I'm also I'm thinking like what would be useful for Abraham, but also what will be useful for whichever one is the heir. Um, no. Didn't mean to click that. I don't want to destroy anything. Yeah, that'll work. I will need to make sure they can still use the couch. But it should be fine. It should be fine. Like swapping the positions like that was probably the best case solution. Best solution. I don't love how that looks there, but nor the fact that the carpet isn't sticking out of the wall. I thought it might be, but it kind of was the best option, even though I do prefer the table over here. It is the only way I knew it would be usable. So yeah, I have to make sure it's usable. I probably could give him laundry back. I didn't give him a second potty, and with the do I give him laundry back? It will end up costing more to give it back. Laundry is super annoying though. Let's just move that over here and give him another potty. Where am I going through here instead of just copying the one they had? I don't know. Okay. Can you sit on the couch for me? Why did you have shoes on in the first place? I know you have to pee. I just need to make sure you can sit. You know what? I'll make the having the pee go away just so I can make sure you can sit. Okay, everything seems fine. Let's. Oh, I can't assign it till he's home from school. Can you mop this? You do need to eat. Get some leftovers. Or just clean out the spoiled food, and then I'll have to have you cook. Use. I'm gonna cheat your energy though, because Tahira is. Okay, we'll get into my phone calls at once. You need to cook again, apparently. Meals. Let's see, what can you make that makes sense for lunch? Probably nothing. Egg salad sandwiches, that makes sense for lunch. You can make that. I will say whether it be modded food, like the egg salad sandwiches, or in-game food, sometimes the levels don't make sense to me. Like, in-game food, why is beef Wellington, level 2? Like, that should be at least, I'd say 5. I realize these are all different styles of furniture, but I do like the idea that she's stolen stuff. And like a lot of stuff you can mouse over and say stolen from wherever. Oh, I still didn't bring this baby girl on the cast. I'm sorry, Tahira. You're looking a mess and it's on me. Oh, I need to move that back a smidge. I need to move that back. Or the couch forward. The couch could go forward. Yeah, because it's one thing if it's like overlap a little bit. It's another where it looks like that. Yeah, that's not okay. Did Oh yeah, you made them. They're just inside the tea kettle. You know, where I put my sandwiches too. In the tea kettle. I have to do that every so often to make sure I didn't accidentally stick anything through the fridge. Oh wait, is she hungry? I didn't look. Are you hungry? No, you're just tired. Go sleep. What about you? Are you hungry? You? No, you're just fucking exhausted. No. Yes. Honestly, this way I can just have him like study once a day, and when he's old enough, he'll start level 3 of his career. I don't think I want to send them to college. Why don't you? Then I don't have to worry about homework either. Could get a part-time job though, but I don't really think there are any part-time jobs that are applicable to his skills. Maybe video game streamer. No, Kingston. What is dirty? You always think something is dirty in the kitchen and I never know what. Okay, I'm gonna save and then take them in the cast because I feel bad that I still haven't done Tahira's makeover. And maybe I'll go back into build mode and adjust the couch. I could have split that into 2 rooms, give Tahira her own room, but I'll revisit that decision when she reaches a child because I don't think it matters at toddlers, but when you get to be like 10, she might, it might matter more. Let me pause, or I'll just go in. I don't know, I didn't have siblings, so I really can't say at what age you would want to, like, what age would it not be comfortable to share a room with your, like, opposite sex sibling? I don't know what age that would be, because I have 0 siblings, let alone ones of another gender. I don't think as a toddler you'd give a shit. I don't think it would even register to you. Maybe if it starts mattering, again, your siblings, it might not matter at all. But if it starts mattering, it would probably be before you're a teenager. But like sometime after you started school is basically what I was thinking. See, I can't tell. Like, she's either gonna be really cute or she's gonna have no chin. I can't tell. Let me take off your skin details. Um. Let's see. I don't mind that skin on her. Maybe we'll go with that one. I know I often give this one to everyone. I often use the Northern Siberia Winds ones on everyone. I don't want to cheat and like look at what they'll look like when they're older, because for one thing, that it doesn't always look the same. I still have to give her eyelashes and other details, but I just want to like start on that, then go with the hair. Let's see, hairs. Okay, that's cute as hell, but I don't think for her. I totally forgot I had this hair. I did. Okay, that is a little too alpha for me. I didn't even realize I had that. Your alpha. Where am I getting these alpha hairs? Okay. Those are two I need to get rid of. Also, that's not even the right color, but okay. I mean, if we want to go braids, this won't be cute. This is quite like what she had as an infant. I meant to put that one. That one's cute. That one's cute, but I don't know if I want to have a toddler have that long a hair. It honestly seems like it would be overwhelming on both the parent and the kid. I mean, I do love these as well. So, is that the right hair color? It looks... She did have like reddish hair, so maybe she was more like this. She had like red, like auburnish hair. I mean, okay, if I hadn't changed her hair color as an infant, it would have been here. But I changed it to that to be more natural. If I'm being completely honest, I changed it to that to be more of a natural color because her dad has that. And yeah. That's super cute too. Maybe we just do that for the simplicity of it. We can keep the baby bells for now. I'm hesitant to mess with anything in their face structure until they're older because minor tweaks at this age can be drastic when they age up. Like skin details and stuff, sure, but that doesn't actually change the bone structure. I don't think she had any freckles. The only thing she aged up with was way too much contour. And I'm not going to give her a fuck ton of contour as a toddler. It was so much contour I thought it was like a birthmark at first. If she had had a birthmark, I'd put it back on. I mean, I could give her edges if I can find the right color. That's not quite it, but... Do you come in the right shade? I mean, the edges are cute. She can have the edges. Honestly, I'm looking for eyelashes and the same like shade, like shadow I used on her brother. Okay, here's the shadow. It just gives a little bit more depth. And those are not the eyelashes I'm looking for. These. Yeah, because I don't give piercings to babies. You know, I don't hate her outfit. I think different shoes and maybe a different top, maybe not, but I don't hate it. And different shoes. Not those. I can't even. Okay, let's see. What are you? I have an idea of what I'd like, but maybe we'll just do these. Black. We could do black. Different color shoe. And a green, maybe. That's fine. I can't tell yet, but she might look like her grandmother. She actually does have some resemblance to her grandmother. I know it's being lazy looking in the one-piece outfits, but I'm lazy when it comes to baby's clothes. Let's see. This one was closer. Sure, that one. You know what? That's fine. I'm just gonna change the color of your shoes. Actually, how about those? How about those? I'm not 100% on the skirt either, just because it's patterned. Um, there. We'll do that instead. No. That's the first half I was like, no. Oh, okay. You're so wearing this one. I had you mostly in green as a child, but I had your brother mostly in purple, so I didn't stick with that. Um, let's see what pants. I mean, we could do. I don't even know what that goes to look like. We can do that, and then something for your feet. Keep it on white. You do. I don't know if is this hair hat compatible, because I can see you wearing a hat. Again, I don't know if the hair is hat compatible. I mean, I know we can put flowers in it. But you don't come in a good color. If only you came in like lavender. Does this come in a good color? Not really. Yeah, I need like lavender and white, not lavender and beige. You come in lavender? Nothing comes in lavender. Why is it on? Why no lavender? That looks blue. I don't really think she needs flowers in her hair at the moment, or I would totally do that. No. No. You're fine. We'll just do that. Let me finally address her outfits. She needs a better party outfit, and I need to go to her everyday outfits. Like this should not be her party. You're not 16 anymore. Do you have a second party? You do. What's your second party? See, this is fine. This is fine. This is not. Okay. I love that hair too. That's one green leaf's hair. I'm gonna make you a secondary party. And then go to your everyday. Nah.
Oh.
That's more formal, I think. Not for you. Not yet, at least. No. Dogs. Um. Mm,
Ah.
that could work. That could work. We could do that. Okay. Yeah. This is the outfit that has to go. Let's get rid of that one. Okay. Let's see which outfit should be the template. Okay. We'll use this one, but I want to at least have her last two be a little bit more grown up. Though, even though she's not even a third of the way through her young adult.
Huh. Mm-hmm.
Okay, you stick your hands up your ass with that outfit. Uh,
Ah.
this would be more formal.
Hmm.
I wouldn't mind adding that to your formal wear. Let's see, that'd be good if it didn't have the hands in your ass issue. Um, right idea, but not quite it. That's too dressy. I want more adult, but I don't want.
Oh.
That's an old standby, but I think I have this outfit on her already, though. I'm not sure. It does come in her colors, though. Because the colors for her gen, though, again, I'm not, it's not like Barry Sims or whatever, but purple, green, and black.
Hmm.
Maybe we'll do that for one of her everydays. Um, Cause it's not like the style isn't right up her alley. It totally is. Um, I know it's supposed to be a Catwoman costume, but it totally just looks like bondage gear. I don't have those mods in. I mean, I have Wicked Winds in, but nothing more aggressive, I guess. What are you? Oh, wrong century? Okay, that's full on outfit. Nah. Nah. What are you? Oh, no. Again, this is a standby, but It is kind of a standard and it is casual. I mean, it's a form of casual.
Ooh.
Okay, do you like that one? Is that why you're saying that? Let me check a hot weather too. Okay, I think both of the hot weathers are very similar. Oh, this one I like, but I do have the issue of the hands again. The hands issue is something I don't love. It doesn't really affect animation so much, it's just annoying as hell. And let's change your bandana to actually match your clothes. Get rid of hot weather, put on CC. Or don't even worry about it because it takes me there. The shoes are fine. Oh, I left it because of stripes. Yeah, that's why I left it. Yeah, and you have that one and that one. Both of those are kind of okay. Let's see about adding a third cold weather. I promise I do know how to speak sometimes. Let's just put on CC. I mean, there are things in game I don't mind, but for this purpose, it's quicker. Da, 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 I don't love how that one fits. Well, did I take off the pregnancy outfit of her every day? I think I did. Oh, she has tights on. I'm like wondering what the hell. Let's see. Colors on this. Okay, that can work. She need high-waisted pants though, probably. For it to look right. I mean, we could do a skirt. Uh,
Ah. I don't know how they fit. A little too short. I don't like how the legs are on those. I am being super picky, I know. But do you want those pants?
I mean, I guess. Every hair clips though. I mean, that's fine. Was there anything else I wanted to do? Oh, I wanted to check, did I take off the pregnancy outfit or not? I mean, it wasn't so much a pregnancy outfit, just an outfit that was slightly less inappropriate while she was pregnant. I did not. Okay, is this outfit? Let's just change it. Let's just go these maybe. Well, and the only reason I gave her like a more covered outfit for when she was pregnant was because she did not want to be pregnant. So she probably would not be wanting people to know she was pregnant. I don't like how that fits. See, I know what her preferred fashion choices are, and I'm not really dressing her in it much. See, like, this, she would love. But I feel like I should start that when she gets older, not when she's still, like, a young adult. I feel like it should be one of those things she finds her way to and not just automatically, you know, does. Like, in the same way, she, what's the word? Because she's in the boho fashion. She likes country music, and I haven't been letting her portray that much. Those pants are clipping bad with that. I mean, she would. But let's go that one instead. So I think I already have her wearing that shirt, so maybe not. Maybe let's not do that. I think I already have her wearing that shirt. No, I feel like I would remember that part of it. I don't know. Can I change the color of the jeans? I mean, uh, maybe we'll do that instead. Do I want, let me give her an additional tattoo, in here. Cause I did want to slowly build up her tattoos. Like, not going like. Okay, so right now we have 2. I'm trying to see what locations we don't have any. We don't have any here. What are you? You are multiple. You are a lot. Let's. You are a lot too. I'm trying to just do like a couple. Like, okay, you're just a goofy rabbit. I feel like she'd do that. I do. I feel like she'd do that, and maybe. Your left lower arm, left upper arm. Let's see what right upper arm is. Maybe she gets something on each shoulder.
Upper arm, yet it's hand. Okay. No. You know, it's sure. I mean, she's not necessarily meant to have good tattoos. I don't even see what that is. You know what? There, we'll do that. Let's see piercings. Let's see, sure there's a septum done. I don't see. I would do the lip ring, but I really don't know what purpose that would be. Oh yeah, I have the override on these. It doesn't sit right on her though. They're a little bit too high. Wait. It's in body accessories, the navel rings, isn't it? I thought they said they fixed that? Like, is it in bracelets? I don't... I'm not trying to be clicked on anything in particular. Accessories at all. Let me put on CC. See, I thought that was something patched to not zoom in on hands. I literally thought it was something that was patched today. I thought I had some navel piercings. Take off feminine? Are they masculine? They would be under accessories. Okay, I want custom on for every category, not just bracelets, which is not what I selected in the first place, but okay, the under rings. I didn't even get to pick the damn color because the zooming in bullshit. And I actually want this one and that one. Yeah, okay. Okay, we should be done in cast now. Oh shit, we're not, because I needed to copy that to all her outfits. Fuck. You don't only have your navel pierced on one fucking outfit. Maybe I can do it at MC Command Center. That was actually finding it was annoying me so damn much that I totally forgot to hit copy to all outfits.
that's just me thing. Yeah. Don't know why that opened. Yeah, I will. Okay, change your outfit for me. I have to wait till it actually loads in. Looks like it's a heat wave also. Black shirt. Yes, this one. Okay. Dresser. Copy paste. Copy accessories. Paste accessories to all outfits. Hopefully that worked. You need fun, and otherwise you're good, so why don't you, like, work on your skills? It's like 4 in the afternoon, so. He's waking up just to go back to sleep. Okay, that's fine. Oh, wait, you have work. Go to work. Go to work. I'm not sure why you still have that job, but go to work. Yeah, yeah, go to work. Go to work. You got your fun up. He's asking a stranger for a story. He's a bit outgoing now, isn't he? No, no, go away. Here, talk to Raj. Honestly, I trust him more than the other guy. He paid to cuddle, so I trust him more than the other guy.
Mishi Oba, Tananiwa, Lamejo Kaba, Steve, Merbanagoosh, Lawanza, Tevene, Oshquin Bikoya, Ish, Frongnabibs, Darvis Wallalo Chingle, huh? Pompo, Tubki Yemph, Buddha, Hebao, Fredoy Yabiba.
You don't get to be pissy and say you don't want to be disturbed. A toddler greeted you. Did we say you could come in? Oh, wait, you're cleaning. Yeah, come on and clean. He can find the trash can. How come half the time they can't? Oh, stranger danger. He's watching cooking. Why don't you watch some cooking shows with Raj? Everyone else is asleep. Did you want to use the potty, Abraham? Oh, you want to clean it? Okay. I can't tell if it's cute or creepy, but because she got that as a gift, I thought I should put it on her bed. But it is a little creepy. Are you playing or fighting? Oh, you're playing. Okay. I don't know how long it's been since I looked at the dog. I'm kind of nervous he could go any day. You need a bath, Abraham. Do you want to eat or sleep? I mean, you kind of need to do both, but I guess you can sleep. You're old enough to feed yourself when you need it. Wait, no. No, because you will literally starve to death, so no sleeping. No sleeping. Get some food. Get some food. Go get egg salad sandwich. I hate to take it back to Cass again, but that reminds me, the girl he likes, I never did fix her. Well, let me make sure he eats so I don't come back and he's starving to death. Is it spoiled? Oh no, you're just being weird. Okay. Is it low quality? What's going on with you? Oh, you're a picky eater as a teenager? God damn. You can sneak out, I don't care. But the girl he likes the most, I'll put it this way. So, at this point, honestly, there is not a girl he doesn't find attractive. A woman he doesn't find attractive, but no, I clicked the wrong one. I just saw long dark hair. I clicked the wrong one, and my speech impediment is fucking me over right now. Wrong one. I wanted to make over Adora, pretty much fix her makeup, give her eyelashes, make sure her clothes make sense, because her genetics, her bone structure, all that I know is good because I already made her initially. But I clicked the wrong girl. I don't know who the hell we're going into, but it's not Adora. Yeah, this is some townie. Lilith Divine. Yeah, I'm sorry, I have no interest in you. You don't even own shoes. So it gets confusing when he finds every woman attractive. I'll blame that on being a teenage boy. But the one who he's invited to the house, even though she literally only took a shower when she was here, was Dora. Now, when I did short lifespan off stream, I did it on stream also. I hate that both those files got corrupted, by the way. Adora was Gen 3, I believe. And yeah, because her daughter wasn't saved, but she was like a fucking astronaut, Adora. Now she spawned into this file as a teenager. So if her daughter's in this file, her daughter is separate. But yeah, her father was Celine Lopez's kid. And my Sim's kid. If I remember correctly, was she Gen 2 or Gen 3? She might have been Gen 2. If she was Gen 2, then Makoa was her father. And that explains the good genes. Okay, we'll click back on him. Let's let it load in properly. I don't like that he's not showing up over here, because that's... Okay, there you go, there you go. Yeah, we're not looking for Lilith, we're looking for Dora. You have good compatibility with, and very attracted to. Okay. Oh, she became a young adult. Shit, I did not realize she was older than you. You were... You can be friends with her. You can be friends with her. I'll still give her a makeover. But... Lilith Park? Wait, is the same Lilith I just talked to her mom? Not talked to, just went into her mom. But, you can be friends with her? But the fact that she is already an adult, we'll see if you still like her when you're a young adult. Because you aren't that much younger than your sister. Like, you're younger than your sister, but we'll see. That's how I'll put it. I'll look at how many days you have. Because she would be... Okay, so she's 8 days into being a young adult, which would put her at 20. Oh no, this house is just made up of people who, like... Okay, there's 2 people named Lilith Park. Okay, so it's adopted. Because I know for a fact, they're not related. August Combs. Who is August Combs? She was not straight edge or lactose intolerant, but... okay, I don't know who the fuck you are. But you're a teenager, and you want to be a witch. Actually, you know what? we're gonna make you a teen again. I'm sorry to do that to you. But he needs friends. And whether you become anything romantic or not, he needs friends. And you got doubly screwed over on these traits, so let's be nice to you, even if we never play with you, even if nothing ever comes between you and Abraham. Let's be nice to you. Let's see. You'll learn shit quick, and you know what? Maybe you like cats. Let's redo your makeup. You had eyelashes though, so that's a good start. You had eyelashes. Oh, your hair was in makeup too. Okay, let me undo that then. Let me undo that. Let's put your makeup back on. Oh, it only put back on your hair. Okay. Oh, this is hot weather. Well, we'll make it match. I think did you have the Kachiko? I think you did. Okay. I'll just make sure I give her a full face. And then I'll go through her outfits, make sure nothing looks weird. She does not need that much. Let's just give her something subtle. No. Yeah, that's good. No. That's fine, that's fine. It's some color without like being overbearing. And then maybe just some gloss on the lips. Yeah, that's the face paint is her hair. Not that. Um, that's fine. Honestly, no, I'm not going to delete the other two. That outfit's fine. There's nothing offensive about it. I'm gonna reset her body because she has a lanky teen body, and I'm gonna basically just reset it. She's not pregnant. So let's see. And then just okay, you're a teenager, so let's see. Where are the ones that are just slightly different from default? Is it those? Yeah, it's just slightly different from default. Yeah. Or I could give an obscurest one. No, they're like oddly thin. Let me go back to. You know what? Let's just. Yeah, that's fine. I forgot that some of them make their legs extra long and all that, but let me just go through our outfits and make sure nothing doesn't make sense. This was the outfit that I was seeing a lot. I was like, yeah. I'll keep the shoes. Give a like. I'm probably gonna give her in-game clothing, just to honestly, so she doesn't end up naked. Cause I tend to hairs and skin details. I tend to often keep in my game the same ones, same creators. But aside from a handful of people, my clothes change quite frequently, so I'm gonna try to give her in-game clothes. Basically, the alpha clothes goes in and out. That was my short way of saying that. That the alpha clothes don't like they don't stick. So, not bad, but not a teenager's outfit. So, let me give her something from in-game. In-game, Clumsy Alien, Sentate are safe bets, because I always keep them. Same with like Aretha B and stuff like that. Blue? Not quite what I want for you, but a little too much going on. That's fine. Fine. Let's do that instead. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. You can have it. Sure. Sure. Actually, that's the outfit you originally had. I remember that. This is the outfit you had originally. Yeah, when you were a fucking astronaut. Yeah, you can have it. I don't know what family you have now. I don't know who these people are. August Combs. I'm guessing you were adopted, but whatever. I should pause and bring up the thing to see where we are. Yeah, I should pause. I should also edit to specify that Gen 1 is the one gen you do not need to actually reach your goals. And I need to specify that in the challenge rules. That's because with the nature of the goals for it, if you are using all the suggested mods, things can happen. And I wouldn't want someone else to play it and consider the thing failed, if something were to happen to their founder, as long as they have an heir born, like an heir that's been born and a way to take care of the heir, which in my example, Abraham, your challenge isn't over if anything happens to your heir. That doesn't mean you shouldn't try to finish the goals. It just means that your challenge isn't over if something happens to her. Like, my heir's been rushed to the hospital twice already. And that has nothing to do with her illegal activities. One was giving birth and one was post-surgery complications. Okay, how are you? Is it your outfit you don't like? Here, why don't you play with the cat? That might cheer you up. Can you do the, like, laser pointer thing?
Clumsy, Elvanza, Luma, Samsamog, Bonji, Karzini,
Why is Raj a fairy? Oh, is it the Spice Festival? Shit. Now, the Spice Festival is the one festival I like them to always go to. No, come here. It's free food. Fuck the kids for now. You're gonna go eat some curry. Fuck the coffee. Go eat curry. Oh, what's your problem? Okay, is it your outfit you don't like? I will cheat your needs, girl. How did he get muscular? What's wrong with you? You can't come down here, can you? I mean, if you could, I'd just have you, like, grab some food. I didn't even think of that. Hey, come get some food. You won't learn the recipe, but come get some food. Fuck the noisy neighbors. Come get some food. Do I need to have her make spicy food? Did they both fail? You stole a book. Good for you. Okay, since... Oh, fine. Where is the toilet? I know there's one somewhere around here. Where the hell is... Here. Use the bathroom. Yeah, is there any recipes you can learn? Okay. Empanadas. Okay. At least I learned the eggplant. was a vampire. You, oh, okay, they decided that was too far to travel. They're partying together. Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't even tell you to do that, but good for you. You just said yes to all the hair colors. Uh, oh, you're not gonna be upset because you use a public bathroom. Okay, I'm cheating your shit. You can try some shit too. What do you want to try? Try an empanada. Why are all the gingers pissed off at the hookah? Oh, she's not pissed off. She's using it. Merida? Merida. Like, I mean, okay, Merida. Okay. Where are you going? What are you watching? You want to be family oriented. Okay? What makes you want to be... Oh, being friends with your brother makes you want to be family oriented. But you still can't... You still get tense when you're around your children. How does that work? I guess different kind of family gives you different kind of feelings. Oh, you're running to go check your toddler. Okay. Just in case the for rent thing is still an issue. Well, not the for rent thing, the doubling of festivals. One of the things that you need to do is make sure there's no fucking snow globes. But since we live here, we're not actually traveling to and from it. We're literally just going outside and there's no loading screens between it. So, as long as we don't travel. Did you have home? Oh wait, you're not in school anymore. Where did he get muscles? Has he been like exercising without me noticing it?
Oh, tell a Jim Whipsy.
Oh, what's wrong with you, child? She's bored. Get a toy. No, not that. Picky eater, dastardly little singer, loves wake-up time, normal immune system, meningitis, immunity, independent, happy infant. Okay, let's look at his, because I didn't look. Ooh, he didn't have happy infant, or he was neither a happy infant or a top-notch infant. Oh. Go to sleep. I don't care which bed you go to sleep on, but go to sleep. You can come back, Abraham. You each learn the rest. Oh, you're busy playing basketball. That's fine. You can play basketball. I honestly don't care. I don't think anyone's hungry, but I'm gonna need you to cook spicy food more often because I guess you won't get pregnant at least. What broke? Oh, that doesn't cost much. We can replace that. Why not? Are you done yet? I know she's not done. Okay, I think you're done. You're done. You played basketball enough. You're done. Go home. Uh, okay, put the baby girl to bed. Could you do that for me? I don't like how it's freezing. Okay. He didn't tip at all. I don't care if it's just a hand job. You could at least tip. She had your damn kid. Are you waking? Okay. Abraham, get your ass up here. You stepped in dog shit. Oh, you cleaned up dog shit. Okay. Oh, someone. Okay. You need to vacuum. Okay, can you vacuum? I might have taken the laundry away. I didn't take away the dust.
Inja frosh, once petita, warig mano. Ithara zanahon, and skirling papa. Unkill shusha.
Okay, how old is he? Okay, 11 to 20. I thought it said Tim Allen at first. So why did you put back on your work clothes? You hate those. Put on some normal clothes. You still have a crush on him? Change outfit. Maybe you can get back in touch with him later, but not right now. Okay, well, now you need to shower. Okay, why are you napping? Abraham, why are you napping? Sleep, don't nap. You want to be disliked by your neighbor, and you want to solve hard problems. What do you really go in there to slap the shit out of that cat?
Oh, Nargi.
Like, why don't you, like, take your meds, or, I don't know. Do something useful. Yep. Put on your lotion. Oh, you already took it. Okay. You didn't take that one. You don't like what you're wearing. You don't like anything I dress you in. I'm sorry. You just want to, like, I know what you want. You wanted to be in Whimsy, but you got stuck in this challenge. You wanted to be a Whimsy founder, didn't you? And somehow you ended up in this Sims challenge. Sims Legacy challenge. You got a negative relationship with the cat stuffy. Like, really?
Canis band trip. Shaflet. Palafoy. Yeah. Merkel Zira. Gaba. Chinosa. Lontif Zarde. Spagan Babalo.
I'm afraid this might be the Daryl's last day. That's not something that shows on the calendar, but I think it's been 3 days. I'm gonna switch real quick just to check, because I don't want to show it if it is. I don't want to show the day if it is. Oh. Huh? I only looked a day ago, apparently. It's not his last day. Sure, you can have a difficult dynamic with Eunice. But, I will play at least until after, just so that the next time I stream, it doesn't happen immediately at the beginning of stream. I don't want to start a stream that way. Not that it would be good to end one that way, but I do not want to start a stream off that way, because I know me, I will completely forget. And then it would be like, oh shit, the dog. So, yeah, I will not start a stream that way. So I will be playing at least until after that happens. But I'm not going to cheat the Moolets, because they all at least know the dog, even if they aren't very close with it. Like, she's not that close with him. But that's probably because her family got the dog and then she got kicked out. But with Abraham, I'm honestly surprised he's not closer because he's been with the dog his whole life, and the children have gotten to know the dog as well. Is this another client? Yeah, sure. You're coming from across the hall. I don't know what you're talking about. You just did coke in front of your son. We'll be skipping Father's Day. But I don't want to remove it from the calendar. Let's watch the baby. Oh, what? Oh, he's hungry. Let's get him something out the fridge. No, don't play. Get a sandwich. Are you hungry too, baby girl? Yes, you are. Okay. Wake up. Get fed. She's busy at the moment. No, Ash. Tahira, get up. Tahira. I don't like how Berkeley's been running tonight. Just not before that food spoils. Okay, it has 7 hours. You can let Raj in. Nothing else he picks up after himself. I mean, he picks up after the kids. Or not. He tipped $12. At least he tipped something. Go to sleep then. Go to sleep. Okay. Did Tahira get some food? She did. Okay. Make sure I didn't stick that through the wall. Okay, how are you gonna wake him up? Why are you waking him up? You are fine. You had food. Why didn't you eat it? You little asshole. You had food. You're just being a picky bitch. Oh, so you wanted to wake him up, whine to him, and then eat. Eunice. Eat your damn food. Eat the food in your hands. Eat it. Dying to reset you. I might need to reset him so he drops the food and can eat it. Okay, you don't need to walk him out to eat. Your sister's younger than you and she figured out how to eat. I think. What's wrong with her? No, she's using a goddamn diaper. And didn't eat either. Honestly, I don't care that she spoiled stuff. It's her own stupid ass fault. Both of you had sandwiches. Why are you not? Okay, she's... Okay, eat. Why are you not eating, you dumbass? I'm gonna have to cheat his hunger. Okay. Make some in-game food. See if it's just because it's modded food. Oh, you're not gonna be a dick about food also. No, serve lunch. Okay, picky eaters usually have no issue with franks and beans. You're not going to sleep. You were gonna cry? You were going to fucking cry? Because you didn't like your sandwich? No, you're not going to sleep. I need to see you actually eat food. Oh, and you're not gonna have that look on it. No. Where is everyone? Like, go. You don't get to be angry about sugar. Both of you had food. He's still holding, like, are you ever gonna eat that? Charlie, you okay? Like, are you ever gonna eat it? You know what? Just put it away. Just put it away. Will you eat that? What about you? I don't care that you're dirty right now. I want to see these babies eat. Will you eat the franks and beans? I just want to see them eat. Oh, so you need to change Tahira's diaper because she still doesn't know how to potty. Well, she can because she's independent, but doesn't mean she does it successfully. Not successfully, does it on her own. Okay. I want to see little boy eat. Okay, his hunger has gone up since when I cheated, so he wouldn't get taken away. Oh, they'll eat that. Okay, so make sure we make in-game food. Okay. Or was she even hungry? No, because she did eat some of the spoiled cake. He's eating that up. Okay. Okay. Okay, you. Ask for potty help. Get potty help. He'll change, and if necessary, we'll change your diaper after. I think you stopped eating because you weren't hungry enough to keep eating. Yeah. But yeah, is your hunger full now? Okay, you just need fun now. Okay, so just make the kids like BLTs, Franks and beans and stuff. You know, I don't know why an egg salad sandwich is something a toddler wouldn't eat, because that's not fucking gourmet. That's boiled eggs on bread. It's like some mayonnaise, maybe a little mustard, and you know, it depends on if you season your food or not. But if you make it basic as shit, it's just some mayonnaise and eggs on bread, maybe toast. You know. Child, are your eyelashes missing? Or did I like, no, they're there, I think. Let's see. Ah, sorry. Okay, yeah, you got eyelashes. You're also creepy as hell this close. I never did fix the couch. You need fun. Do you have a toy in your pocket? No, you've been pretty good about putting them away. Yeah, go play with a toy.
Oh, Nabatani.
You know, a couple days with daycare, and she'll be max on everything like he is. If he's at a point where we really only need to pay attention, make sure he's fed and, you know, clean. But I think, yeah, you got work. Go to work. I'll treat your needs, but even if it's a shit job, you still need to go. Giltic? Okay. Oh, that's cute, yeah. They can be supportive. I guess you can let him in. He might be here to see his son. Though if he's gonna start coming around, then maybe she should ask for child support.
You up for night?
Ah, and Fabi.
Bamba day.
Though I'm not sure he even knows.
Pipuo. Wadaba. Brick.
Did you invite him in? I think you did. Oh, you don't even know him. How is he a neighbor? I mean, I guess you're already proper, so you can be respectful. I doubt you keep track of your sister's business.
Abasani family. Entre Barababa. Sulji to Sulate. Njima.
You stink, don't you? Why don't you get a shower?
Umfra?
I'm not going to prom with Abraham. Maybe call them. Discuss interest with them. Yes, has the flu. You have to pee. Go pee. Stop fucking and stuff and go pee. Okay, it just says rest and home remedies or over-the-counter meds. I'm not sure if they can take the over-the-counter meds, the toddlers. Oh, he was nice to the cat. It says he has the flu, but he has like no symptoms of it, so. Oh, okay, now he's feeling it. Now he's feeling it. Get some rest. Ah. Love hate thing of playing in apartments. Go to sleep. Okay, Natasha's hyper-focused. Why don't she use that hyper-focus then? Don't pick him up. He needs to go to sleep. Don't pick him up. Leave him alone. If you want to pick one up, pick up the girl. But, no, not right now, Raj. I kinda like you to troll. Okay, how are you doing? You're not even sleepy. Okay, can you do... I guess that, because your thinking skills aren't high enough for shapes. I just told you to do something. Okay, you're itchy, you're coming down. Okay. What stinks? I don't understand what always stinks to you. Okay, for one thing, let's open up all your drugs so you can... maybe that'll help something. Why do you... You do need your meds, okay. Maybe ibuprofen will help something. And then maybe vacuum? Vacuuming might help? Also, we invited him in like a while ago and he's just been standing here and now he looks shitty. Unless he's stuck. He might be stuck. 'Cause he looks uncomfortable. No, he's just hanging out. Okay. What? The noisy neighbors woke him up. Can you, it's too loud. Is it Raj or is it the blonde? It's the blonde. Okay, what's Abraham doing? Can you ask the blonde to keep it down? I really wish they'd take off their work clothes automatically. Why are you afraid of the bathtub, Nika? Were you afraid of your litter box? Can you put on, like, literally any other outfit? I wouldn't mind as much if the hat didn't clip with her hair. She's never had an outfit that had sit right on. An outfit hair that had sit right on. Okay, that's a lie. One of her hairs, they do. You know what? You're relaxing at home. You don't have to stay dressed. Babies need to go to sleep, though. Yeah, he's going to sleep on his own. She needs to as well. I don't care who sleeps in what bed. You tired? Yes, you are tired. Okay. Since she is already hungry, I'm gonna have her cook, something so I can just take it out of the fridge. What do I know they'll eat? They'll eat fish and chips. And she's hungry herself, so. I might remove a few mods from this. A few that aren't necessary for the challenge. Just because things have been a little bit shaky tonight with the game. Like, nothing's crashed. I'm gonna save because I said that. But I do have a few things in that aren't necessary for the game. For the challenge. I probably shouldn't have said those words. But knowing I have some things in there that aren't necessary for the challenge. There's a lot of mods I can take out. Next generation, like next generation, I don't even need in Wicked Winds. I'm being honest. Like, not at all. Why do you always stick it in the tea kettle? Okay, you got your plate, the rest is going in the fridge. What do you want to do? You want to make an enemy. Well, I think Jake would be a good enemy. Oh, they're being cute. Otherwise, I would say give some food to Bill.
Fee Napsa. Uh-huh.
There, give some food to Bill.
Nifwa. Uspa.
Give some to her too, so she doesn't get jealous.
Upa. Taru.
Why are you having a bad time now? You don't like eating? What are the things? Let me look at your thing. What do you dislike? You literally, you don't dislike cooking. Oh, the color blue. That's why you get upset when you're in this room. You don't like the color blue. Okay. So literally going in your children's room, well, it's your children's and your brother's room, upset you. I did not do that on purpose. Like, that was unintentional. You like you like purple, white, yellow, black, green, orange, but you just don't like the color blue. So every time you're in this room, it's unpleasant for you. Go in your room for a minute, then. Your room's all fucking purple and black, so is that better? No, you just want a cigarette, and you don't like your outfit. Okay, have a fucking cigarette. Where are your cigarettes? Minato, honestly, you creep me the fuck out. You have 9 in that pack, 10 in this one, 8 in... Okay. How did he get popular in his sleep? Okay, what are you angry about? If it's some fear bullshit, no. Okay, stop it. Be reasonable. I'm gonna delete these. Fear of failure is reasonable, but unfulfilled dreams is not. Because that implies you had some huge dreams that you didn't do. So, yeah. We're not doing that. Also, why is he still standing at the fucking door? Okay. You're turned off by blonde hair. You're turned off by people wearing orange clothes. You like physical intimacy. Fairly motivated Sims and hardworking Sims you're turned off for. You're turned off by slackers. You're turned off by outdoorsy Sims. Okay. What the... Mop that? Are you sick? No. I think he peed inside, though. I can't think of anything else that would cause that puddle. Oh, now he's dreaming about the blonde? Did you get... Oh, I was gonna say, did you get your dad's sluttiness? But I think your sister got that.
Bakel. Dafuni. Honky Steve. Yibs. Wibisu. Viva Zashel Maparu. Baba Zorpal Oots.
I just want to work on our skills a bit. I know I don't need to be in any rush. Because as long as
You threw ya.
I I get her skills up by the time that
Floopy.
one of these two, whichever one as they grow up seem to fit it more, is a young adult.
Wangle fruit deuce. Bamboo.
I mean, we can technically start as a teen if they graduate early, but is he stuck there? I think he's stuck there. Yeah, I reset him. Okay, you're a little tired, but I'm gonna have you work out and then go to sleep. I don't care, it's 5 a.m. Do need to get food out of here, so they don't like the egg salad. Fish and chips should be fine for them now, for the babies. So I'd like them, oh, it's a Sunday, I was gonna say eat before they go to preschool, but they don't have preschool today. I mean, technically we could send them, but it's 5 o'clock. People wake up. No. You do not get to bitch about noise after 5 a.m. If it's after the time people leave for work, which to me is like 5:30, you don't get to bitch about noise. Go away. I meant to send her home, not to reset her, but whatever. Just go away. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to do 14 things at once. Why do you have a headache? Oh, from your medicine. Get some sleep then. I told you to go to sleep. Also, didn't I tell you to eat? Oh no, he wants to potty. Did he eat? He did eat. Okay. She picks him up and then she's gonna fuck off and go to sleep. Both of you two need to leave. I know you're a medically reserved Celtic. Is it automatically reserved or a love bug? It's one of them. He just wanted to stand outside the door for all night. Okay. Oh, now you want to do stuff with Celtic. How are you? Okay, yeah. Go to the bathroom and get some food and then have coffee, you know. Take care of yourself. You don't need to play with the baby first. You're gonna piss yourself. Okay, go pee. Use the toilet. Then get food. Take care of your needs first. Okay, why are you crying, you asshole? No, you're not crying because no. Let's see, you're like you're a toddler. You're not gonna cry over that. You're like 4. You're like 3 or 4. You're not gonna cry because, oh, you made a mess on your potty. No. Can you play with your sister since you're both scared right now? Would that be under friendly? Oh, you can only watch. Why can't you play together? Actions? No. Funny. Go make some funny faces at your sister then. She is trying to sleep and it's a thunderstorm. Minato, if it wouldn't fuck up the family tree, I would delete you from the game. But I can't have it look like it was some kind of immaculate conception, so no. I might give you a makeover at some point so you're less creepy. Though I can't really say it's how he looks that makes him creepy, he just gives off creepy vibes to me. The cat scared me. This cat, not that cat. This one. Just gonna check something real quick, because I can't keep track of time. Okay. How are you doing, Abraham? Oh, I forgot. He's anemic. Abraham, do you need your, Okay, you don't need a cow plant. Do you need your iron? Okay, I guess you already took it. I know Sims are better at taking the medicine, autonomously than they used to be. Maybe you can invite over Dora, play some games together or something. If I can find her, there she is. She's telling him about video games. Okay?
Purple Purpanan. Kirasha Yabasane.
She's showing up wanting to clean. Okay. Can you fill this? Hello? Miss? Mister? Mr. Kareem, he just came through the wall. Are you okay? I don't think you're okay. I'm gonna reset you and you'll probably disappear. The spinning teenagers that just appear out of nowhere. Okay, bye, Kareem. Are you okay? Yeah, why don't you play a game with Dora? Was she outside? Why would you go outside? No, what? Why are you sitting down? Why are you over there? Oh, there goes the teenager again. Kareem, what's going on with you? You okay? Do you live here? She, did she just leave?
Yibs!
Oh, she's taking care of herself. Okay. I did not notice her hands went inside her hips with this outfit, but as long as she's doing something, she looks fine. Okay, where's the dog? Oh, he's nearby.
Woo! Ooh!
Monado, I swear to God. Okay, you took your cream. Took your cream. You put on your cream. Let's see. Can you mop and vacuum and have a cigarette? Cause yeah, let's clear this. Probably help if I didn't have so much shit in her inventory. Actually, let me take care of some of that. Let's get rid of the books. Okay. I'm trying. Okay. Why that music? Seriously, why that music? Why are you outside? What the fuck, go? No one told you to go outside? Get your ass inside. Look, mopping up doesn't mean mopping up a puddle outside. We don't need that. Actually, let's get rid of everything you don't need. We don't need the eggs. Or the flowers. The herbs can go in the fridge. Let's see. We don't need a school project. Unfortunately, we need all the drugs. I think for right now, I'll stick these in here. So. I don't know whose prints are whose. So if I put the wrong one with the wrong print. Yeah, you can talk to your mom. Yeah, she needs the drugs. She does not need the prenatals. She doesn't actually need the codeine or penicillin again, but I don't trust that she's not going to need them again. What stinks? You always think something smells, and I never know what it is. I really need to adjust that because his head is getting cut off.
Oh, neat.
What stinks?
Ew.
Where is there a dirty dish that I don't know about? Oh, God, teenagers. Because usually someone shoved a dirty dish where it doesn't belong. But I don't see one. I don't see anything like smelly. Is it spoiled coffee? Okay, there is spoiled coffee. Maybe that's the issue. You should cook. I mean, actually, let's just take out leftovers and call it a meal. How many servings of this? We have 6 of this. So let's just put that there and call it a meal.
Nobby. Niwa. Uswa.
You're gonna have to put the child down to eat. You're not. Are you using a diaper? No, you're just scared. Okay. I'm getting rid of that just so the kid can function. Are you hungry? Not really. You probably should just go to sleep. Did you eat? No, she didn't. Eat your food. Are you hungry? Not really. Okay. Okay, well, she wasn't really talking to anyone anyway, so. It's getting cold. I feel colder than what it is.
Baringo.
I'll do. Isma.
Okay. Is she okay? Okay, she just needs fun. Kids are asleep, so let's just do that for fun. You? Since you are still not a young adult, you can use the school portal and might as well get you studying. Since you can still use the school portal. I'm gonna have him do it out here because I don't know if it'll wake up the babies or not. I don't think it would, but yeah, science and math. Okay, she must have gotten level 3 in something. I'm assuming it's her because I think he's maxed everything. Yeah, she's probably her communication. That's the only thing she's doing. So yeah. Well, now at least she's 6 in all her necessary skills. After you're done that, go to sleep. Are you a politician now, Raj? Oh, you're a vendor? You used to be a chef. What happened to you? You were a vendor. I mean, you were you were a chef, and now you're a vendor, but you're just like a politician. Okay, Raj. Are the Venezuela's city livings pancakes? Just instead of a nagging wife, they gave him a nagging mother. That thought just occurred to me. Why did you come right in? What the hell, Gita? Get the fuck out of here. Gita, go. You came in to judge our bed? Go. No one let you in. Go. Now he's good friends with his sister. And no, we're not. Oh, Abraham has a great reputation. I hope it's Abraham, not the one who just did coke. You are tired. You're tired, you want a cigarette. Oh, you're no longer a people person. Were you ever a people person? Did you like people? Can she go to sleep after just doing coke? No, Raj. Why are you in our house again? Get the fuck out of here. And then she walks through the goddamn wall. Gita! It's bad enough it's raining inside. What the... Fuck's sake. At least it looks like it's raining inside. I think it is. Yeah, it's so they patched stuff today, but they didn't patch the whole raining inside thing. Yeah, because even with all the walls up, still see the rain. Yeah, who has to pee? Someone has to pee. Little boy. Okay, he knows to pee on his own. You can go. Raj, if she says yes the next time he calls, will his mother stay out of our apartment? You can like cerebral sims. That's fine. Okay, what's wrong with baby girl? Noisy neighbors. Okay. Otherwise, she needs a bath. I'd say get it from your uncle. I'm not gonna have you be pissed about noisy neighbors though. You do need to. I'm gonna cheat your potty though, just so you don't use your diaper, cause yeah. I don't want you pissed about it either. You can go over and yell at them if you want. You're already in a shitty mood. Okay, why are you crying, baby? Okay, you're still sick. Are you crying because you're sick? Honestly, I would beat up Gita.
So.
Okay, no. Bitch to Gita.
Bibidoy. Gorsoy.
Bibidoy.
You... Okay, what are you... You're throwing shit away. But you need a shower. You need a shower. Okay, they need food. Okay, well, she's good. She can go... Well, she's not even tired now, unfortunately. But he needs food. I know he'll eat... I hope he'll eat... I know he'll eat the franks and beans. If it would let me put it down and not be in... Just let me put the fucking thing down. Okay. Just... Wait, what was that? I don't know what that symbol is. No, I don't get food. You're not even a picky eater, so I'm not sure what your issue was before. Okay, you? Okay, you just want to go play video games, that's fine. What's going on with you? I can tell you. Okay, you're just smoking weed by the doorway. The old woman pissed you off, so you're gonna smoke weed at the doorway. That's fine. At least she's in a better mood now. But you decide you were family oriented, but you still didn't like your damn kids. So. Oh shit. Yeah. Last time I checked, he had a day. Don't walk on the dead dog, please. Everyone's gonna be sad now. How much is sad and all because of life and death it will depend, and they may develop grief types. I actually think she already has a specific grief type. I'm not sure. Because she has lost someone already. I don't see. Grim Reaper, could you not stop what you're doing to judge the furniture? Can you go to the bathroom, please? Instead of reaping the dog, he's judging the furniture. Okay, he thinks something stinks too. Is there like... I don't know what stinks. Where? Can we like stuff him in? I wish the bottom helped. Wait. Okay, I was gonna say, where'd my shit on the wall go? This doesn't have an options, does it? No. Sure. Yeah, you need a shower. You need a shower. Take a shower. Okay, so is the only one that's sad Tahira? Oh no, they're all sad, just... Oh, he's sad. Okay, you're not being sad about the holiday. Okay, so the only one who's being sad is the overwhelming emotion is Tahira. Wow, okay. Oh, now he's sad. He's back to sleep. Okay. If the ghost dog becomes too much of an issue, we may have to release it. So, but we'll come to that if we come to that. Did you take a shower? Okay, like 45 kids just aged up. Is it still raining? No, okay. What? You can mop that. This was her high school boyfriend. Raj, it's not the time. The dog just died. He died in a fire while she was having a meltdown over rum and coke. She couldn't put him out, and no one else could put him out either. Or no one else, I guess, could figure out how to use an extinguisher. So he died in a fire trying to make a goddamn grilled cheese. But yeah, that was her high school boyfriend, her first boyfriend. Like her, really her first love, and I think only. He was her prom date and all. I think I'll keep going until my tea is done. Are they just crying at the cat? Oh no, they're both not crying. Wait, are you hungry? You're hungry, Tahira. Okay, I know you're sleepy, but if you're hungry... Okay, since you need sleep more at the moment... Oh wait... You got preschool in like a couple hours, so... yeah, gonna have to cheat that, because you do have preschool at, I think it's 7 o'clock. Oh, wait, the cat and the dog were close, weren't they? I said I might get the cat a kitten. Not going another dog just because dogs are way more trouble. But yeah, it's fast, but it sims. So let's wait till tomorrow, because I play it like each day's 3 months anyway. So let's wait till tomorrow, so like a couple months have passed, and we can see about getting them a kitten. Let's see, how much tea do I have? Some. Yes, she's attending. I probably should change her nails. I mean, well, I don't know. I was gonna say I should change her nails. Like, she probably now can keep her nails not all chipped up and short, but like, if she's gonna, I don't know. I mean, she already got into a couple fights with Jake, so maybe shorter nails would be better. So if you're getting into fights, you don't want to be like worrying about breaking your nails. Is this? I'm gonna say no, but then I'm gonna give Minato a makeover just so maybe he doesn't creep me out as much. And I'm saying that only because he is Tahira's biological father. Are you homeless, by the way? Okay, you're homeless, but you're from I can usually say it. Komorabi. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly, give him a scan, make sure his clothes make sense, and I'll probably give him, Tahira's hair color. But just so he's a little bit less, yeah. I just hope the changes don't make her attracted to him. Though I'll be honest that, because there is an option to settle down when she reaches adult age. So when she's in her 40s, she can settle down. There are a couple people that, if they don't go and get married and have 40,000 kids on their own,
Friendship, Stellani.
let's take off whatever details you got on. Let's take off your skin details. That let's just say and okay, the eyebrows aren't bad, just they're not good either. Too high. Too wide. See. Probably better. And then facial hair. Also, you wearing lipstick? Don't I have to go through and remove makeup on every single one? Let's do that. Is that what you have on? What the fuck? Why can I not see it? You have this on? Can you only see that if it's black? Okay, let's not have that one on then. What about that? Okay, how come you can see that one? Why are you almost invisible? Okay. Okay, you're an adult, not a young adult, and you're non-committal, vegetarian, and a skeptic? Okay, I'm just gonna give him a skin, your eyes don't sit well with that one. I don't want to actually change your genetics. I wish there was a version of this that didn't affect the eyes so much, because your eyes really don't suit it. I guess we can do that. You are wearing makeup. Lily, I'm only gonna give you eyelashes. Because you have the downturn eyes, I don't know if these will sit right. Do that, and then I have to check your others for makeup. Okay, why did your hair color change? What the fuck, dude? That was nice and didn't change your hair. I only changed the color to make it less. Yeah. You know, for that we're changing your hairstyle to. Okay. You don't have enough lip to pull off that. I just clicked no hat. Are you wearing rings? Who said you could have rings? That's not a shirt you'd wear to sleep. But we're not having sleepovers with you, so right now I'm just trying to fix your face. Okay. I need to be able to. Thank you. Oh, your goddamn eyelashes. I'll put your lashes back on and then. Actually, let me just remove it from the remaining ones and then I'll put your lashes back on. It's quicker to do that. And then I'll just click through the outfits and make sure nothing's horrible. Okay. I think I gave you these in brown, second ones. Every outfit. Sure. No. I don't care enough about you to not just give you a styled look. I just want you to not look a mess. Okay, that's fine. It's not so horrible. I want to put in any effort to fix it. You're not wearing rings, right? No, just the bracelet watch thingy. That's not really formal, so yeah, okay. We can do that, but I'm changing the color of the pants because you're not interesting enough for teal pants. Okay, you're done. I just want you to look less of a mess because you seem to call every fucking day. I feel like eventually I'm going to end up making over everyone that calls Natasha. Even if it's just subtle things like what I did to him. I'll probably do the least to Raj because Raj already had a slight makeover in this. The thing with Raj is you make him over one or two ways. Either he wears the turban on every outfit or he doesn't wear it at all. Because the way Raj is originally, it's not consistent. You need to make it consistent. Like he needs to be consistent with it, and like yeah, not for sleep or like, you know, but it just isn't consistent the way he is if you open a brand new file, basically, and in the save file he doesn't have it. I actually think instead of I think they made him, well, I'm not gonna say what, but they dressed him more like modestly and than he was originally dressed. Oh, so which sort of fits his personality, but I do kind of see him as City Living's Bob Pancakes. You know, he's trying to be a chef. Where Pancakes has the wife that's like a stereotypical nagging wife. He is more the stereotypical nagging mother. I know it's a hard time, but also my body decided to be a bitch and do things twice in 1 month. Which really doesn't help. Okay. I just hope she's not attracted to him now. She shouldn't be. I kind of purposely didn't give him straight hair because I know she likes straight hair. She's not, she doesn't find him as unattractive as she did, but she's not attracted. Now she's neutral. Well, shit. I'm just glad I didn't give him straight hair because then she might have been attracted to him. Okay, you're hungry. You're hungry, the cat's horny. Do we have leftovers? I want to know what stinks in this house. Oh, that's what stinks. The damn kid left egg salad in the couch. I don't know why I could not see that before. I mean, she's been friends with Sydney? But okay. Her romance is still super high with you, even though she's pretty much ghosted him since high school. She does have... Okay, she has 2 things on her bucket list now. I was going to say she does have... How did you lose a dislike? Who likes you more? Is it that blonde? Does that blonde not hate you as much? Because we can go, like, fight her right now. Ah, she's not disliked anymore. It isn't disliked. Who doesn't hate you as much? The flower bunny. The flower bunny doesn't hate you as much now. We can't go fight the flower bunny. We have to wait till, like, fucking spring. Okay, you're not gonna be upset over a holiday. You can be sad over the dog, but not over the holiday. You need fun. What's fun for you? Here, you can work out. He probably needs caffeine. Oh, you... Okay, you can go to the doctors. You can go to the doctors. I forgot to put that in. I downloaded the mask thing, but that might not work on these situations. Yeah, go. Because you look like you have horrible acne right now, and I know you don't. Because I turned that... Oh, okay, you got the mask now. Okay, the mask override is working. I did remember to put it in. I just don't like when I get the weird swirls on the body, so I put it so they wear a mask instead of the weird swirls. But he's still getting... It's not the same one I had before, because the one I had before, they wouldn't get any spots on the body. They just start wearing a mask. By the way, if you want that, I have to use one of the links to the Very Cursed Stuff post on Tumblr. I can find you the creator. I'll have to look in my overrides, but I can find you the creator and then search the creator on the either Google downloads or Symbology downloads, because they are CurseForge exclusive. And but yeah, I found it through I can't think of what the name is, but the one who re-uploads all the CurseForge exclusives. Good antibiotics. I mean, she has penicillin, but I think she only has like one left, so let's get some penicillin. I mean, you had amoxicillin on you, but I don't know that that would be effective on you since you're not a child. You know, I was still prescribed amoxicillin as an adult. Okay, wash the toilet, then use it, then get the litter. She exercised and took a nap. Did you piss yourself? Then mop and have some green tea also. Though when I tell you to mop, it doesn't mean go and find every puddle in the goddamn world. I just want you to mop that specific puddle. Because the shower's not broken or anything, right? No. Okay. Okay. I also need food. Oh, they're leftovers. There's leftovers. Do you have any, like, cough medicine? You had a project? You had a robotics project. Oh, damn, you can do that. You should totally do that. Get some green tea. Cat's not stuck up there, is she? Can you call the cat to you, just to make sure she's not, like, stuck? Okay. I just wanted to be sure. Do you have any adult medicine? You have children's cough medicine. You have some ibuprofen? Take some ibuprofen. You have Pepto. Wait, do you need Take your iron too. I'm not gonna have you like need a transfusion or any shit.
Oh, rubberoo. Gibbs.
Grisham.
Wafatab, Muchi Pichi, Masti Scorpina. Arki, Wafatab, Shilip, Lampima, Ukinik. Ah, you're a big calculamis.
I guess, Monado.
Buma, Samsamog. Banji. Dala. Shibi Yaba.
He used to be in the Boy Scouts. I don't know what happened to that. My game temporarily froze. Drink your tea. Drink your tea.
Oh, yeah, back.
Adora.
Oh.
Why are you topless? Where did your clothes go? He's not gonna drink that. Oh, they're just sad. I'm honestly surprised the cat isn't sad, though the cat might be sad this week, can't tell. Okay. I'll let her finish up. Okay. I don't know what animation. Oh, they are finished. Yuck. He tipped $6. Didn't even say hello to his daughter. Okay. I think, yeah, we will get a kitten, and then I think I'm gonna finish up from there. You're not ovulating. You've been sterilized. Well, I suppose it's a... No, you wouldn't ovulate. Call adoption agency. Cat. I'll see what they have. Want a kitten. Brenda's... Okay, if it was real life, I'd be getting a male and looking for a male that's fixed. And that's because bringing another female cat, where there's a female cat, they're more likely to fight. But, you know, it's Sims. Okay, so if we're looking for a kitten, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm leaning towards Jake. Yeah, but Jake's the same name. Maybe we get Brenda because Brenda's goofy looking. Yeah, we'll go for Brenda because Brenda's goofy looking. Because the other cat we got was a Cass cat. You know, added through Cass. I did charge her for it though. I did charge her. But okay. I hate that it's never where they actually. Okay, we'll adopt Brenda. If we had different skin details and all, you wouldn't look horrible. Different skin details, different hair. Okay, let's randomize. 2, 3. We can't have Nika and Mika. No. Okay, why do you keep giving me Gucci? I am never naming anything Gucci. Okay, Luna, sure. Are you in heat? Is that why you're crying? Or are you just sad because the dog died?
Dag. Poopaton?
No. Abraham feels like shit. He had a good day, but, you know, he's sick. And, oh, nauseous? You do have Pepto. You have a fuck ton of Pepto. Wish I had Pepto. But I'm not sure that would help since there's that iron in it. Iron? Aspirin. Why are you just hanging out now? You can go. Oh, okay, it's not technically asthma, it's in it. It's a different salicylate, but same difference. Okay, where are you? Why do you like to stand over here? Like, that's not our apartment. Sorry for that shot, but yeah. Why don't you relax? Take a nap, take a nap. The toddlers are entertaining themselves. I don't know what she's doing. She's washing things. Oh, and she has to pee. Yeah, I think I'm gonna save and call it here. I don't believe anyone's on. Because it's 5 a.m. But I will look. Actually, before I end, I should, yeah, I should see, where we are as far as things I've actually gotten done. Yeah, that is the thing I should do. I can also see if anyone's on that way too. It'd be much easier than trying to see from my phone. But I'm most likely gonna just end because it's 5 a.m. I don't need that open, don't need that open, don't need that open. Need that and clutch. Well, at least made some progress on her skills this time, and the children are both now toddlers. Almost missed to hear his birthday, to be honest. This is taking a while to say, probably because I opened the browser at the same time. Okay, let me pause. Okay. That's not the tavern towards I wanted to go to. That, yeah, that's what I want. So you're trying to load things properly. I need to look into how to like slow that down, because yeah. I mean, how often is it? But it's every 30 minutes. If I could make it like every 2 hours, maybe every 2 hours, something like that. Because every 30 minutes is excessive. It like wouldn't be excessive on someone else's stream, but on mine, especially in the middle of the night, yeah, it's excessive. This is taking forever to load. I think I'm just going to end because my browser's taking forever to load with everything still open. But actually, I can close Sims and check things because I know how far we've gotten. And I did just save. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna end. I'll try to be back on. What day of the week is it? It's Friday. I'll try to be back on tonight. If not, I'll be back on Monday. Either Monday or Sunday night. I won't be streaming Saturday, I know that. But thank you for being here, and thank you for lurking if you're lurking. I appreciate it. Wait a few more seconds for things to load up, just in case, like, I don't know, there's someone I want to go into just to, like, you know, leave on as I, like, come down from stream. Though I could do that even if I don't raid into them. I'll just call it here. Alright. I'm glad at least this wasn't a short stream. Have a good morning, night, whatever.